not forever. Maybe I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't back. I won't back. I won't back. 'Cause we're better together, better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together, better as one. 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 Jenny, make your move, 'cause we don't have forever. Maybe I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now.
challenge. A little bit greater HP for Victor. The boosters are
Incredible. It's how it comes at the top.
Just separation could be the reason why they don't close out this game, swaying on the top.
I give it. Look in my eyes.
As Lying X looking to swing on through on the side of the
I got a lot on the line. Fish with a different approach. All this spend time in the boat.
close together and groups up. A good nade might find all they're looking for. Leg C, leg X.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Fall 2022 season. Didn't say summer this time because I am on point today, just like the two gentlemen next to me who, in synchronization, both did the good job. Good job. Maxman and Kalaris, how you guys doing?
Doing good. I mean, we're ready for another day. We're going to see if the teams that stepped up in Phase 2 are going to do it again. I don't know what I'm doing with my hands right now, but yeah, it's a hype day. So I'm hyped to see how it's going to go.
Just look like a cool magician ready to do
like
a
a
magic
cool magic
for
man,
us.
yes.
Yeah,
Not these times, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, low level Magic Man. You're still working your way up to become an expert Magic Man. Polaris, who's an expert in many fields, also in the fields of blessing teams and winning prediction games. Are you feeling strong today?
Well, actually, you two gentlemen have caught up slightly. So we'll see how it goes. Even combined now, you are equal to me. So that does have me concerned for today. I'll try my very best to keep that lead going, Jason.
We still got a lot of days left, Kalaris. You can still easily pull ahead of us even further. Don't even worry. Let's give a big shout out though to Monster Energy, official energy drink partner here on the show. Maxman, you said you ordered your device or cup or...
And there's not much. It doesn't need electricity this time. It's fine. Don't worry. it's environmentally friendly. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
Typically, electricity and liquids just don't go well together.
Yeah, I learned my lesson last season, so it's fine. It's something that will actually work this time. Don't worry.
Okay, well, if you guys check out our social media channels, the official channels, you might actually be able to see a clip of Maxman drinking a Monster Energy out of a chocolate fountain. Or a monster fountain, I guess we could call it. I'm sure you could rig this device in a different way to allow easier consumption of your Monster Energy drink.
I said last time, I think I have to add like some way to make it like a little bit more thick. So if I mean, thick monsters maybe not something that comes to mind as something that I really want to try, but you know, it would work with a fountain, you know, so yeah.
Klaris, I feel like you have something to say about this. Yeah, I saw your face.
Nothing to say, nothing to add.
Okay. Well, you know what? We'll actually just switch gears here and talk about our overall standings because we had our Phase 2 kickoff yesterday, which means we have 6 days in total of play before we see where the teams do stand and how many points they get into the finals. And we had a teams finally step up that we've been waiting to see. I'm not wearing their colors. None of us are actually wearing their colors, unfortunately, today. It was Na'Vi. Man, they showed up massively. Matic taking the MVP of the day. But this is a team that's finally hitting the gear that we've been expecting.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you look back on their games of yesterday, they had 3 games where they actually popped off in terms of eliminations. They got an 11 elimination game in second place, an 8 elimination game. Even though they were eliminated in 13th, they still got 8 eliminations and then a 9 elimination game plus that chicken dinner we saw at the end of the day. So my question is for Na'Vi for the rest of this phase now, is this the new standard we can expect from Na'Vi? If so, they could easily compete with your VIRTUS.PRO, your MADBULLS to potentially be the first place team at the end of all these phases combined. So this is the Na'Vi we wanted to see, and it's great to see them back on form.
A tip of the scales as well for that Erangel that they finally finished things off with the chicken dinner on. I mean, this was a circle that was slightly east of Georgia Pole where they were dropping in North George and their scouting and then movement into the later circles was on point to get themselves the much needed points that they needed to be able to put themselves at #1 where, as you say, a lot of people expect them to be after the last PMGC and them taking second place. So it's exciting to see them at top.
Also, a couple of other teams there we have to really bring light to because we've been harsh on them. Unicorns 11 in second place, which is fantastic considering what we didn't see out of them when it came to the first phase, but also Ruthless. A team we've known in many different iterations in third place. They had 2 second place finishes in a row yesterday. So we're starting to see some new teams step up and some of the teams that we saw, you know, doing exceptionally well, like MADBULLS, like VIRTUS.PRO, not doing as well, but still doing well enough, obviously, to be in top 12. So it's great to actually see teams have taken this time here between phase 1 and phase 2 and really started to turn some things around for them.
Yeah, exactly. It's great to see so many teams being able to improve over time. I think that for Ruthless, as I said, I don't want my heart broken again, so I'm going to wait before getting on the Ruthless hype train, you know. I want to see a bunch of other days where they can get even just remotely close to that performance of yesterday, and I'll be like, you know what, there's a chance they can compete towards the top. I think there's a big chance they'll make it in the finals, of course, but in the finals to make it in the championship, that's where it might be a little bit topsy-turvy for them. So yeah, good start, but hopefully they can follow it up with better results.
Is your heart not broken with Game Lord only getting 9 points yesterday, Max?
I just I don't look at the bottom of the rankings. You know, I just ignore it. I don't know what you're talking about. So yeah.
Well, luckily for you, Max, we do have a graphic specifically focused on Game Lord, only having that. No, let's take a look at our top 3 teams of our first day here, and then get a closer idea of how well they did do indeed. We can see Chicken Dinner's pretty big portion of it, but honestly, the elimination game was pretty damn strong.
Yeah, when it came to Na'Vi, as you said, even when one game where they got eliminated in 13th, they were still fragging out big time. And I think that the big change we saw from Na'Vi, I'd like to know if you agree, potentially Kalaris, is they tend to scout a lot more to get in better positions. And of course, in this type of lobby, if you get a good position, you can frag out a lot more efficiently, at least, which is what we saw happen a lot more yesterday. So Na'Vi, if they can keep this kind of macro workout, I think they'll be sold for today and for the rest of the phase.
Yeah, I mean, that information game could translate to phase 1, right? And in the I think my biggest gripe with the team was they looked kind of lost in some of their movement and then some of their decision making. But yesterday there was less of an air of that. They looked more decisive, more kind of stalwart in how they were going to move into these circles and then find themselves the fights. And we know that when they find those fights in kind of an even footing, chances are it's Na'Vi and they're going to win those fights. So that's what they were doing yesterday very, very well.
Well, Na'Vi's going to win the fight, or just Old Boy himself, VIRTUS.PRO, is going to win the fight after his 2 fantastic clutches and really showing why he loves walls. If you guys didn't see that, honestly, go back because it was some of the most ridiculous stuff we've seen in PMPL. But let's go back to Na'Vi really quickly. Now, they had a fantastic day yesterday, but we wanted to kind of get an idea of what was their best day from phase 1 and how did it stack up against their best day, well, their only day so far of phase 2. And we can get a closer look on that actually between this team. And we've seen that first day is not bad at all. 23 eliminations, that's a damn solid day. You saw them have more than RUTHLESS, who currently is in 3rd from yesterday. But they upped that by another 8 eliminations. That is ridiculous, not to mention the damage behind that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they're getting up to speed right now here, Jason, for sure. Their best day of phase 1, as you said, was day 5 coming into it. So it's still a decent day, but the fact that they've been able to trump that in the first day, and Na'Vi, we saw in PMGC, even in previous seasons, that this is a team that's all about momentum. We saw it with VIRTUS.PRO happening. I think we're going to see a very similar thing happen with NATUS VINCERE, that they start feeling themselves in the zone. They're going to feel very comfortable in this type of lobby. They're going to get used to the rotating groups every single game, and that's when you're going to start to see them pop off. So I think Na'Vi are definitely on track to be able to actually trump the records we see from the first phase. So, I mean, yeah, Na'Vi on track, and hopefully they can remain at this level. If so, they could be contenders for the championship to then, of course, try and qualify for PMGC.
Now, Kalaris, Max did say a lot, I actually bring this point up in particular when it comes to Na'Vi, is that Tixi, we've seen in the past, be the real big standout player, though we did see Matic be the one yesterday, but Tixi was in 2nd. I'm a little bit worried how strong this team can be if everyone on the team starts hitting that stride and starts getting online.
Yeah, I think in terms of the first phase as a whole, it wasn't actually even the first phase as a whole. It was just maybe the first 4 to 5 days was kind of a feel out for them to figure out exactly, you know, how those rotating lobbies, as Max is mentioning, are going to affect their gameplay, how they were going to need to rotate. I mean, even a slight adjustment of something like them going for trifecta drop on Sanhok is quite the wild change compared to taking that high ground on the Northwest Island, but it allows them to transition just better. So they've slowly kind of been able to gain information as to how much they can get away with in some of these games. And when you give a team like Na'Vi that, then they're going to take liberties and they're going to start pushing up these leaderboards.
Something very interesting I just spotted out, actually. Yesterday, we were looking at the MVP rankings, right? The top 5 players. Yesterday, no players of Na'Vi were even remotely close to the top 5 position. After yesterday's games, Matic is actually in 6th position, so he's potentially already caught up to like the top MVP contenders. So, I mean, I told you that was a big catch-up they did yesterday, and if they keep it up, like, we could see them in the top 3 MVP contenders here for Matic.
Well, he said he climbed his way up to 6. I'm curious his counterpart of Old Boy for VIRTUS.PRO has been able to climb up, as we're going to take a closer look at those 2 players in particular on the day. Remember, Matic did have the MVP, but at least statistically he did, but I think in our hearts, Old Boy was their MVP on the day.
Yeah, I think those style points came in play with the wall plays that you stated earlier. Like, that was just something of another realm that came out from Old Boy here, getting himself a 1v2 clutch and then a 1v3 clutch versus TJB over on Sanhok. I still want to see a little bit more from VIRTUS.PRO in a sense. I want to see a team alive around him. I don't want it to be Old Boy Esports. I wanted to be VIRTUS.PRO as a team. But yeah, Old Boy, as yesterday, Kalaris was just outstanding and able to keep the hopes of the team alive for as long as he did.
I was saying it to you boys in the back. Level 3, military vest. Level 4, wall. Just strap it to him, allow him to run around with that wall everywhere he goes, and then nobody will be able to touch him, because it was spectacular to watch. And as much as, yes, it doesn't quite convert to the extreme numbers that Matic was able to put up here, still extremely impressive overall. It's great. I am so even thankful to be able to kind of watch as these CIS teams have come into the region. And the thing is that the region is going to level up around them if we continue kind of on this pace, because you have to. Otherwise, you fall by the wayside, and to put it bluntly, you die. It's difficult. You have to make sure your game's leveling up around these guys when they are showing this kind of performance on the battleground. You have to keep up somehow.
Yeah, I mean, you create a harsh environment and the teams are going to be forced to adapt to that environment, right? It's just evolution, basically proven right by PUBG Mobile Esports. It's great.
Wow.
But yeah, we can see some of these 1v2 clutches here. Potentially you're going to see as 1v3 later on down the line. But as a whole, I think that if you're able to adapt to this type of lobby, or team that can contest potentially versus the Turkish teams in the championship. I know I'm looking very far ahead in time, but Western European teams really struggled versus the Turkish teams. And I think that having these CIS teams, this new influx of skill in the lobby, is the best chance for the original Western European teams to maybe perform on that stage. So yeah, keep on learning, boys.
I did want to say quickly for Old Boys, well, and for VIRTUS.PRO as a whole, there's 2 matches he popped off in like the 1v2s or the 1v3s. He got himself, or his team, a 2nd place finish, and he got his team a win. Like, this was a phenomenal individual play, and considering he was on Na'Vi originally, he recruited Kitsune over to Na'Vi, and then he decided he wanted to keep playing, so he left the team and joined VIRTUS.PRO. Like, this guy's got dedication, and he's still got a lot of skill left in the tank here, and I'm curious to see where he's going to go in the long run. But to be fair, you look over at Matic, and I think his career is still just beginning. He still has a lot of room to grow as a player and as a star. But let's move on to talk about another team here, guys. We talked about RUTHLESS in our top 3. A fantastic performance so far, at least within this 2nd phase. But let's compare how they did in day 1 of phase 2 up against day 1 of phase 1. Because RUTHLESS, well, they weren't looking so ruthless, let's just say that. I know it's a pretty crappy little pun, but they weren't looking too hot.
Yeah, as I said, my heart can't take it too much right now. I need to calm down a little bit and not get in the hype train too soon, so I'll wait for the next station. But it was definitely some really good showing from RUTHLESS in particular. We saw some good individual plays from some of the players also. We saw some good controls happen from time to time, so I can't argue with RUTHLESS, and what they did yesterday was their 2 second places at the end of the day. A decent amount of eliminations too, but I want to see it followed up, because they're not a team that, unfortunately, as we saw in previous seasons, it's not about momentum. So if they can remain this and keep this as their main standard, I'm sold, but I still need to see it happen, so they need to prove themselves for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that they're trying to make changes and things like that. Even just having Manu in for kind of more matches compared to prior engagements that they've been involved in. I think, like, this is a team that definitely wants to try and solve the problems that they currently had on the battleground, and then try and push forwards and progress here in West Europe. Because especially with the kind of the big dogs that have entered the scene now as well, you really have to be very, very active and very quick about your progress when it comes to this. Even though it's a long-form tournament right now, not necessarily a sprint, but kind of a bit of a marathon, you still need to be quick on the ball about those changes.
I mean, the thing is, right, last season, the lobby, the skill level was not quite as high as it currently is now. The lobby's leveled up, and they still struggled when it came to last season. Now the lobby's more difficult. They're going to struggle even more, or they're going to grow. I mean, it's going to go one way or the other, and we're eventually going to find out what's going to happen, as we still have a lot of days left, like you mentioned. But let's take a look at the schedule for today. Remember, this is the 2nd day of our 2nd phase, which means our map pool does switch quite a little bit, as we're going to be having double Sanhoks on the day and double Erangels on the day, which means tomorrow we'll be having double Sanhoks and double Miramars before we do have a little bit longer of an extended break this time before we get into the 2nd part of our 2nd phase. But Sanhoks, I mean, the funny thing is, right, we always talk about Sanhoks, and we always talk about how tough it can be for teams. But I feel like we've seen the most adaptations out of teams on this map so far, like, because of how hectic it can be. As you mentioned, James, Na'Vi switching things up. We talked about TJB switching things up. We've seen a lot of changes out of quite a few teams on this map in particular to just kind of have a better chance of scoring points, it seems.
Yeah, the main factors, of course, are because circles can be so difficult to approach on Sanhok, you constantly be having to look for these edges that you can possibly find. And come the last circles, like circle 5, 6, into 7, etc. Unfortunately, for some teams, they just get collapsed on because there's so many potential third parties. Everybody's coming in from similar directions, and then it's difficult to actually deal with it. So any advantage you can find early on is important. We saw MADBULLS make these kind of crazy rotates early to find themselves great spots when Big wasn't in the lobby, for example. The rotating lobbies also has a big factor here on Sanhok. I would say bigger than Erangel and Miramar.
I would say also we saw a lot of teams being able to actually capitalize on the splits of teams. We saw it actually yesterday on Sanhok, right, where you had Big actually chasing down some players of Eastern Stars that go for that wide split towards that Hatton northern area on the northwestern island. So teams are willing to go out of their way to maybe get a few eliminations here and there and like also hinder their competition early on. So I think that if we can see more of that in particular, the early game could get a little bit more spicy on Sanhok, and we got 2 of them today, so it could be very interesting for the teams.
Very interesting indeed. Can't wait to get into it, but we can't jump into it just yet, because we have to do our little quiz. And the quiz today is going to be about your favorite team, Max, which he has said, and also cursed quite heavily. It's about Navarro, and that he played a part of the PMPL finals from a swimming pool. Now that, Max, you gave us some background info, because you know they were boot camping, or were they landing at a house that did have a pool.
Yeah, I believe it had a pool. I think I remember some exact pictures of that happening. The thing is, I can't expect to see a player playing in the pool itself with gyro activated. I feel like that's a hazard about to happen.
Exactly. So we did have to clarify this, right? We did have to ask, like, when you say in a pool, does that mean like, oh, a foot's in the pool? Or are they completely in the pool and they're playing with their hands above the water? And we did get confirmation that it does mean that they're in the pool playing with their hands above the water, or they're laying in a floaty. To me, that sounds really dangerous and a really quick way to destroy a phone.
Exactly. So I'm going to say I would have said no. There's a lot of phones that are waterproof, so like maybe he has one of those, but still no, not in the pool completely.
Claris, what did you
say? Because it sounds ridiculous, and I like the idea of it. So
and because you want to get ahead of us even further.
You know, if I'd gone with no, it would have been kind of boring if everyone went with no. So let's play in the pool. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's go play in the pool. Can we actually do the show from the pool? Maybe we can go out to Maui or something. Let's actually take a look at the answer.
Oh yeah.
Max, we for sure. So not only did we both win, that means we made it even more difficult for Claris to be that much further ahead of us.
Yeah. Now, if you combine our points, we're ahead of Claris. So
yeah,
I'll take that.
Suck it, Claris. Oh yeah, you're terrible at this game, Claris. Look at that. We have 14. You have 12.
Yeah, good job, guys. Well done.
It's not like it's going to require a full day of predictions to be correct to actually catch up. But you know what? Fair enough.
At least you look sad in the picture, kind of, which you should be after losing that.
He's ready to complain. He's looking for the manager. He's going for it.
Exactly. I'm a Karen.
All right. Well, speaking of Karen, I don't know how this is a transition. We're going to throw it over to our commentators to actually kick off our first match of the day. You'll never believe what they're going to complain about this time.
I'm the Karen? You're the Karen? I feel like Jason's more of a Karen in this scenario. I think constantly complaining about how far James ahead of him he is, you know, in those predictions. It's just you got to just give it a rest, Jason.
You absolutely do. To be fair, if there is a Karen here, I think, you know, maybe Jason, but I think my hair embodies a Karen today. I woke up, right, and I think I must have slept like head first doing a handstand on my pillow, because I woke up, and if you see My Hero Academia, I look like All Might with like 2 pieces of hair sticking up like this, so there was not much I could really do. This is the best I could do for you, so I might not look amazing today, but the players, they're still just as good as ever, so you can at least be excited to see that. And plus, John and everyone else looking fresh. That's all that matters, right?
Hey, it's all right. We'll get you through this. I mean, you know, you're up to 3 hairstyles now all at once somehow.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty good.
But it's going well. It's going well. Sanhok, to kick things off, to match the chaotic hair from Blank, we've got the chaos that is the Jungle Paradise.
That's right. Jumping straight into this one, you know, things are going to start off very quick today. We're not messing around. There's none of this chilled out stuff over on our angle. We're not sleeping on this, okay? We're not blowing smoke at all here. We're going straight to Sanhok. We're telling the truth. We're telling you the facts, right? But we're going straight into it. So Paris Resort going to be maybe a little bit contested. Boot Camp's been contested before, but this is a very much northwest playing path. So Na'Vi, if they want to continue that streak from yesterday, they're most likely going to have to deal with a couple of players, a couple of teams over towards that northwest side.
It is quite rare that you get a playing path that isolates this much of the map. But do people just land on vehicles and try and go for that? Is there going to be more conflict around that bootcamp quarry stretch of land? Potentially, but Na'Vi not going to give it up and will be dropping on this new and improved south split of their northwest island. It looks like last time they managed to get both of the trifecta compounds under their control, and it's northwestern island shift.
Yeah, I think yesterday when they played this particular strat, we had an eastern shift on the circle, so it wasn't as effective.
TJB, what are you doing?
Yeah, TJB, honestly, I don't need to talk about this team anymore, especially on Sanhok, because they will just do crazy things. Although most likely we'll have to talk about it in the next couple of seconds, considering they are hot dropping on top of Death Machine. And I think this is just a symptom of, I believe, Eastern Stars not jumping into this one. So there is that space up in Hartin to pick up. TJB, Death Machine both going for it. I feel like Death Machine is all about the hot drops on other teams, to be honest with you. It's happened so many times now.
Vector in hand for Xiao. They really do have the full surround on this. I mean, they've got GK first pushing him from behind there. Has got the big shotgun there. Championed by the Koreans and brought into the rest of the meta over at PMWI, but there's an answer. Similarly loud, but it's not going to be traded off, unfortunately. GK first does get flushed. There was a knock in response, but it's going back and forth all the time here. 3 players alive for both teams, but with Xiao down, TJB on the back foot.
It's just very messy so far. Tingsker trying to take upside the stairs. Fortunately, Hamodi's not able to hit a single one of those shots from the shotgun there. NASA. But MADBULLS careening over from Paradise Resort. They didn't mess around at all here. They were in and out and back in towards Hatin on the northwest side. So
now you know.
Yeah.
Now you know that there's 2 teams up in Hatin as well, so you are going to be wary of that angle. You know that Big's going to drop on the west. You've seen Na'Vi's new split from yesterday. They're going to have a lot of info about this island. Lin, around the window. Trying to find the angle. Not the DBS, but there's plenty of shots being put down range there. Death Machine trying to trade off that aggro. They break out. Want to trade off those angles, but there's a backstop for TJB. Tingsker holds it down now. NASA now last standing. Xiao resable as Lin pushes up the stairs.
Yeah, but he's bleeding out quick as well, so most likely it will be the 1v1 here, unless they just let Xiao go. But it looks like they're just going to defend the res. MADBULLS, they've done this before, if you remember, very, very early in the tournament where they made that incredible run on the top of the northwest island, on top of the mountainside as well, down towards the east, and then just took shots from the top side. This worked out extremely well and really thwarted Na'Vi. But this is a new and improved Na'Vi coming to phase 2. Looks a lot stronger. I don't think NASA's long for this world, unfortunately. With a 3-man push like that, with so many doors on that compound as well, it's very hard to get yourself out of that situation alive. There's nothing really to play off either. So if TJB lost that fight, I would have been incredibly surprised.
More action on the northwest island as MADBULLS do continue to swing around the coastline in towards Big. 1-for-1 on the knocks right now, but Mihi is going to find another. As the MADBULLS now down to 2 active, 1 rezzing, and it looks like Skills is down, looking for that res from Monkey, but not quite in position. Effect moving out wide. Skills is going to get flushed there. Big. Continue the pressure. SHOCKWAVE. Still not rezzed. Mazzaro added to the knocked tally. A lot of damage being poured on in. Out in the open. Taken down to half HP, but a nice placed nade. But Mihi gives as good as he gets. And it is going to be a good push from the MADBULLS to keep 3 of them alive. And most of Big, actually all of Big, I believe, going down. No, they've still got 2 at the back. Beast is still alive.
Yeah, you've got to feel bad for Zerish actually there, because we went for the rundown onto SHOCKWAVE. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it looked like SHOCKWAVE kind of just slid off the top of the vehicle there.
Oh.
Once again to him, sadly.
It's not ideal. I mean, Zeric trying to get the double rundown, but gets flushed out instead. Can MADBULLS get this elimination? Can they flush this out? I feel like Beast might just have an angle to stick this, but Monkey wants to break out wide and sprint into action against Beast, who's pushed out to the left and picked up nicely by Effect. The pair fire duo Monkey, in effect, will take down Big on the west side. 4 eliminations, but only 2 of them left.
Yeah, so that's twice that Zerish actually gets thwarted right there by the jump. First time I don't think it really was his fault. There's a knocked player, so I really do think that that player should have gone down. So it was kind of like a Goomba hop that he dropped over the top of him. Slightly unfortunate there, and Zerish does get kind of punished for it afterwards. Behind the tree, though, it was very hard for him to get that res back up. But I do think MADBULLS make a big mistake, or at least Zerish does make a big mistake there by actually sending out that way without the rest of his teammates backing him up. Yeah, if he's going for the res on the player, you have a good potential at getting that 2 elim. But down to 3 already at this early stage in the game, don't really want to take that risk. You could just send through and then back up to your teammates, just cause a little bit of panic for them to maybe halt the res or make them reposition. I think that'd be fine. But now being down to 2 players, this is not how MADBULL wants to start out the day.
No, certainly isn't. Not ideal. Na'Vi regrouped to that northwestern island, and they're starting out probably fairly close to how they'd like. We've seen them operate the Na'Vi top of the hill position before. This is where they dropped. They've regrouped here before, and they did really quite well from the top ropes. I think there was a game, the game that stood out here previously, they were able to take down, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully they're looking to repeat that performance.
Yeah, I think we've seen I think that was probably the only time when it looks like it has gone well for Na'Vi. Most of the other times they've been split up, been taken down by either one of the players from Eastern Stars, or someone's coming down from the south side. MADBULLS even causing them issues on that top side, taking them down one at a time. I think that has come into effect just because where they have this 4-man split, if they lose one of them, they weren't always able to get into position to react to it quick enough. Now we're coming to phase 2. They've had a lot of practice in this lobby. I feel like they do look much more confident. But even so, that previous game, Big was able to push all the way around underneath them and almost send them packing. I think it was even one player from SHOCKWAVE, I think it was Nightmare, that was able to take down 2 of the Na'Vi players before they were able to finally finish out that game for themselves. So it was a little bit rough. Did look a little bit sketchy, but they did win. But now with Big down to 2 and MADBULLS down to Big down to 0 and MADBULLS down to 2, you now have a situation where Na'Vi does really control a lot of this area. And without Eastern Stars, who are the other team that kind of knows this area like the back of their hand, I think Na'Vi has a very, very good chance here to get at least into the top 3. And I would be disappointed to see them any less than that.
Oh my goodness me. Kitsune is just about escaping the sightlines of Monkey. In effect, I guess, just isn't looking out that way. But they missed each other completely. I'm not entirely sure what Kitsune was doing as a solo down here. I mean, you know there was a fight off to the west side. Maybe they saw the remaining duo and he just was trying to pick off one. But retreating up the hill. Okay.
There you get information. You send it back. Don't have to do too much here. Just want to make sure you know where the majority of the players. And if it's just a case that he sees one player, typically if it's a 4-man team, you're quite likely to see 2 in the first 30 seconds of seeing that side up, or even more likely that you get shot at within the first 30 seconds of peeking over that way. So I think he can be quite certain that there is, you know, maybe 2 players, but definitely less than 4. Right? So you still want to be a little bit careful. But all in all, he knows that this is a team that's taken a fight. They're a little bit weaker. So the western side of the island shouldn't pose too much of a problem. I appreciate that they quickly rotated off the Confluence compound quite quick, John, despite even the circle not quite centering up on the northwest side just yet. Understanding there'd be a lot of teams coming up from Painan. There's so many teams that play down towards the southwest these days in Western Europe. That's really not worth it to hang around there too long. Better to get across the river early, regroup, recoalesce, and then if you have to move down towards the south side, maybe even hit up towards the north edge of the map. Unicorns of Love, in the meantime, have made their way over towards the compounds on the east. They're holding both of them at the moment, so they have a really big amount of space on that eastern side. So if we do get an east shift, Unicorns of Love do have a lot of options available to themselves.
Na'Vi still holding the top of that mountain. Crossing the river first. I think Pioneer made that cross from the south side. QODEX currently holding the compound on the west side of the trifecta of the confluence there. Now Team Doom are making a break for it, seemingly getting some of their players across. As XTEAM have a couple of shots, a couple of comments to de Muerte's rotation. This is all the way on the south side, not in the circle just yet.
Yeah, de Muerte in Sami. The healer strat to G, as usual. This is the one that comes through so often. Sami just with a huge amount of medical supplies in that area that you can pick up early on with just the amount of buildings, the amount of compounds in that area, and because it's so out the way, it's very easy to solo loot even late in towards the blue, so you can kind of pick apart like vultures every single building to yourself before you even have to move. It's a great position for so de Muerte being right at the back of the line in terms of getting into this next zone. Not really a huge deal for them. Dadaev still should be able to just heal this one out. And if it's consistent points you want as de Muerte, which I would definitely suggest that they keep doing at this point in time, considering they're able to eke themselves out last phase at 12th place. You know, you're not getting a huge amount of points into the finals, but if you can kind of see yourself into getting a little bit of the prize money, or even setting yourself up that with some ridiculous performance in the finals that you can maybe hit a first or a second place, that's fine. What you don't want to do is have these games at this point in time where you hit the 12th in the first week, try and take things too far, and suddenly you're right at the bottom of the tables again.
Replay on a spray down on the hillside. Andy goes down. Nexus Gaming pick up a player from XTEAM. I was just looking on the map and I've spotted down in the southeast, I think it's 4 Romanian men in a boat by docks and just not moving right now. Don't know what they're trying to do. Oh, no, that was just one of them. The rest of them are actually just about coming around on the south side. There you go. They just appear. As I say that, they're going for the boatation.
Yeah, I just spotted them on that west side as well, actually. I noticed that the one dude had gone down towards docks, but they did have at least, I think that's 3 of them still up and alive coming into the circle. And speaking of the circles, we're about to see where this one does end up. Still could move down towards ruins, but instead heads over towards the eastern side of the Northwest Island. This is fantastic for Na'Vi. They're loving life for the moment. Shockwave, who have really sent a massive shockwave through my head of expectations, are down towards that southeast side. I think that, you know, Shockwave have made a massive improvement from last season to now with the players that they've invested in and now have on board. They're looking really, really strong. And I think that this is a team that will continue to surprise me just in terms of macro play. I think this is the team that, you know, was even playing up towards Zaki on Erangel. It's just an awful position to play in general, but it's really all that they could take last season. This time, they've taken a whole lot more, and that includes placement points as well as a limbs.
If you're expecting them to surprise you, does that mean they're not surprising when they surprise you? Because it's something you're expecting?
No, because I expect them to surprise me in ways that I will be surprised.
But surely that itself means that it's not a surprise anymore.
Oh, it will be a surprise.
Oh, that's surprising.
Exactly. Did you expect me to surprise you like that?
Well, sometimes.
There you go.
But then if you expect a surprise, is it still a surprise? I don't know. If you expect there to be a surprise party, is it still a surprise?
Yeah, I walked through the door. There's a lot more people than I expected to be in that surprise party, even though I knew it was...
But that's not about that. That's a different surprise than you're expecting, you know?
Same thing here with Shockwave.
Ooh, that's fair. That's fair. They have got plenty of surprises up their sleeve, it seems, this season so far. Nexus and de Muerte close to one another on the South Island, yet to move past QODEX, yet to move past Shockwave, who have crossed already onto that north side. De Muerte behind. Sarah taking peaky little shots, getting backed off on the rock. Moving up, a duo for de Muerte, a nade in hand for Sarah. They should know this rock is occupied. They did spot it. They did get a couple of shots. That nade looks a little bit long on the cook. Not quite going to land. The rest of Nexus are right there as well. That's a really nicely played nade. And another one over towards Octavian to reposition him. They're going to know another position now. And with the nade coming in from Dorian, they should have info on 3 players from Nexus. Really, really good start to the fight for de Muerte. So they spot QODEX as well by the looks of it, but they are going to go into the fight, the 1v1, and Striker comes out on top of that. Octavian, after having getting backed off his rock, his position, they should have known the nade position, and they will be able to spot it. Over the top, Ingush goes for one, but can't quite find it. The teammate's getting torn apart, but Octavian's on the warpath, not quite able to get the final D done, but MUERTE heavily punished.
Yeah, probably one of my favorite teams on Sanhok is MUERTE. I think they had a bit of a rough time yesterday, but that fight was extremely well done. I think that you highlighted right off the bat there. The two fantastic nades were thrown right at the beginning. Just gave them so much information, was so well coordinated. I do think that Sarah had all the time in the world to throw that first initial grenade, but yeah, the cook was a bit too long and then threw it a bit too short, so feeling somewhat flustered there. So I think for MUERTE, they are one of the few healer teams like Enigma Galaxy that is super aggressive when they need to be. They need to take position in the circle to buy themselves time to get into a spot where the heal off can be efficiently played. They will do that. You did just see the circle on your screens about a moment ago. It did shift over towards that eastern side, so again, that favors Shockwave as well as Unicorns of Love, who are holding many of the compounds on that side. So Unicorns of Love able to quickly pick up one of the nice compounds underneath the Northwest Island, which will keep them safe from Na'Vi for the time being. TJB with 2 here, still going at it versus 4 Romanian men who just were able to get in on that west coast.
Ooh, I think that's a third party potentially coming in. Towards Andre, forced inside the building, reduces those sight lines. Lin does go down in the meantime. That's Na'Vi, so they've got full broadside, on this fight from the top of the hill. Matic, Meku, both going to be looking out this way. And that's going to make this a whole lot harder. Andre will hear the steps running around him. He'll know where they are. And Xiao is there. The pin is pulled. There's a window right in front of him. Andre, can he piece it together as TJB? They're going to take it down. That would have been right on the money, but Xiao repositions just in time. Goes for the spray. The rest of TJB have been taken down, I believe, by Na'Vi in the meantime. So it is just a pure 1v1, but he pushes out. Na'Vi still have angles, and Xiao takes a lot of damage from the bullets as well. Coming through, these third parties are absolutely brutal. They are pinned in this fight. There's really nothing to do.
Yeah, they can't even get any eliminations from this either. Xiao takes a tiny hit on the top of his noggin, and they will both go down here. If Xiao doesn't get that first aid off, goodness me, it was right in the nick of time. Lin's not getting back up again. 5 eliminations, though, for TJB, and 3 predictions for Na'Vi here. So very confident. 7 eliminations up to it for TJB.
VP have just rolled up into one of the corners of Na'Vi, taken them down and got the flush over on the north side. Look at that. They are moving up the hill. We haven't really seen this challenge from the north side in this way. They moved in from Hartin. Na'Vi were preoccupied with Camp Alpha, and now their northern flank has been compromised.
This is going to be one of those moments where it is very important for VP to hold their ground, stand their ground. And this is a true Matic versus Old Boy moment here. It cannot be that way, though. The rest of VP need to stand up tall today to support Old Boy in his endeavors, and especially now with that circle, because things are starting to get a little bit rough. Shockwave, blessed by the circle they are.
They do catch a slice of it. Pioneer locked in combat with Take Aim Gaming. A sneaky little door, high up position, blocked the damage, so was able to play out the smoke there for Pioneer. They're looking for those flushes. A nade in. Will he run into it? Unsure, but it's not going to find what he's looking for. Not quite yet. And another one is there. Has it been cooking long enough? No, it hasn't. Fash will find the flush and Take Aim Gaming down on the southwest side. But in come Team Doom to rate. No, it's MADBULLS from up top, actually, to spoil the day. Monkey, last player standing.
Yeah, just one of your lads there from the MADBULLS. Still trying to put in work, get that money on board. 4 eliminations, so as long as they can keep those points performance up, and that's something we really praised MADBULLS for last phase, is the fact that they were able to consistently keep putting up those numbers. We didn't talk about them a lot yesterday, but we expected a lot out of them as well, and they kind of still delivered that in a way. They got enough amount of points to keep them in the running, right, in the picture.
Oh, really nice swing there from Havlik to keep them alive here. Team Doom now with just 0 at the back. Info given over, but it's actually Shockwave to find the final elimination there as Pioneer allowed to move across this hillside just that little bit further. VP now clashing with Na'Vi. It's not going well for really either of them at this stage. I think it might just be Kitsune left for Na'Vi as he moves down south away from VP, who have 4 players alive, but 2 of them are knocked and outside in the circle. It's unlikely you get them back up. Tulika, Yankee will be going down. It's Old Boy and Mer.
Unicorns are love. Got the low ground. Can't see too much up toward that top side, but they'll come into control of this game if they allow it to come a little bit longer. Nice shots from Terminus along the way, but Crypto is down. Kitsune is happy and ready to try and pick up some of those limbs.
And it's Shockwave from across the way to play spoiler to it, but 2 knocks to Unicorns allows Mer a chance to maybe find an opening. In the meantime, though, Shockwave dominate from the southeast side. MUERTE still healing on the far side of the river. VIRTUS.PRO looking like they might want to do the same up the top of the mountain. Nice hard cover there, but Mer spots a player, picks it up. Monkey seen, monkey dead.
That is right. This gives time for Shockwave, and this is where Shockwave might falter just a little bit here. I think this is where they needed to be aggressive, John, and they have been too passive. Unicorns are love taking down, losing 2 of their players really should have been the go sign for Shockwave to move up, to try and head a little bit further inwards, drop some smokes, or whatever you need to do. But giving Unicorn the love, the time to get back up to full force, forces Shockwave over towards a position where if they start to just come over the top of this hillside, Unicorns of Love will see them with the little post that they've got. So now they're just waiting for this next circle. Both teams will have to move into it, and it's towards Pioneer with just the 2. We'll see what they can do.
They do have a little bit of cover. You can see the hill rolling away there, so there is a bit of cover from Shockwave. But you've got to imagine it's out of the sightlines of Unicorns of Love. So if Shockwave sweep it, they might have the better end of the deal. There is still a wild card here for VIRTUS.PRO up the top of the mountain. MUERTE still healing with Dadaev. As everyone bides their time, Shockwave crawling out now.
It's something we expected from Dadaev. He must have a ton of meds on board at this point. But yeah, it's still big respect to MUERTE. They knew they had to be aggressive to get into position, and they did exactly that. Unicorns of Love have to be careful of Terminus. He reveals his position, but the circle waiting that long is now right at their back. They're moving up towards Pioneer, and their first target.
Unicorns of Love currently have 0 eliminations.
Yeah, it makes sense though, and we'll talk about that after the game, in fact, because I think things are going to start to really pop off.
Unicorns pushing up into position, nades, ordnance, bombarding both positions now, and Pioneer just keeping their heads down. A lot of damage over towards Aza. Putting that one in. Not going to find enough onto Rolkis, really. Not for what you're looking for. Only the 1 nade left in the back pocket for Terminus, but Pioneer spot Nightmare. Look for the flush as well. Might be good to get it, but they're giving away position, and it's re-knocked almost immediately. 2 players now down for Shockwave. Unicorns can start to move in. Oh! Pioneer are holding strong. He's on the swivel. The 180, but it's cleaned up. The pincer is too much, but now there's a chance for Shockwave to come back into this. With Unicorns of Love on 3, Rolkis and Icy close together. If Terminus lands this golden nade, it could be all over. But he needs to put it in exactly the right position. And there's a player up the hill to worry about. The off angle is good for Unicorns of Love, and now Gonzo can operate from it. 2 players down and the 1 remaining. Still sticking that res, trying to get Aza back into the fight, but Rolkis now up for the challenge. Nade goes long, and it will find what it's looking for. Aza falls, Trazen now, last player for Shockwave. He finds 1 down in the dirt. Gonzo gets the spray, and it's Icy and the rest to clean it up. The Unicorns of Love take Sanhok.
That was really well played from Unicorns of Love in the final moments. Gonzo getting on the top side. They sent 2 up with him as well. I really respected that. You send 1 up in the vehicle to try and get the rundown, doesn't get it. But because Gonzo's playing as second member there as backup, they're able to still efficiently take that high ground on the hill. Now, you said they got 0 eliminations. Totally makes sense. TJB, Death Machine went at it on that northern side. They both move around to Camp Alpha. Now there's absolutely no one for them to fight in the early game as they make that approach across the bridge. So they take both of the compounds, seeing it's all free, and then they have a load of options. We talked about this early on in the game, John. They had a load of options towards the beginning of the game. When that circle heads down there, they quickly regroup on another compound, and they still have more information to go. They don't dare look up towards the top of the mountain because they went underneath it. They tried to protect themselves from the people playing on the top, and then when it came down to it in the end, they just set themselves up with enough gear, enough meds, and enough utility to finish out the game. I think Unicorns of Love, again, eye on the prize, eye on that chicken dinner, John.
And it kind of comes back to what you were saying about Shockwave earlier in the circles just before that as well. They didn't really take a lot of initiative there.
Yeah.
I feel if they'd have pushed and swept away Pioneer early on, there was a big chance that they could have taken the Unicorns on much more effectively there. And I think that's something that you were highlighting there.
Yeah, 100%. I think there's a lot of times where we see too much passivity coming out of Shockwave, and this time it came back to bite them. However, we're going to head over back to the desk where they'll show us what they've got.
I'll show you what we got. It's going to be Unicorns of Love taking a chicken dinner. Well done by them. And Kalaris, you know, I'm going to bring it up because you said it right before we went on air. You have been saying that Unicorns of Love are just a really good team on Sanhok.
Might be a bit of a specialist for this season of West Europe, to be quite honest with you. There are last 4 Sanhoks before this. Second place, fourth place, fourth place, and now a first off the back of this. I mean, when we made our predictions, actually, it came a little bit later. We'd made them about 4 minutes before that. The situation was very different. You know, Na'Vi had the high ground in a strong control spot. There's a lot I could say about their split based on previous games and things like that, but the Unicorns of Love on the east side had a great compound to be able to make those transitions happen from, and actually not that many eliminations despite the chicken dinner here. So good for Unicorns, but damn, Shockwave. Whew.
Yeah. I mean, Shockwave are holding the trifecta, right? And that's why the trifecta is so good. It's the perfect position to gatekeep on a northwestern island finish over here on Sanhok. So all the teams are trying to push in. You had QODEX at some point, you had MUERTE. I think a few other teams beforehand even tried to cross through the trifecta, so they just waited it out. And if you try and cross, you're going to get lasered down by Shockwave. So good on them. But the game plan from Unicorns of Love is we play passive in the early game, we remain as a 4-man crew, and then all the other numbers of the other teams, they're going to dwindle, and then we're taking a 4v2, we're taking a 4v3. The numbers advantage is going to work on its own pretty much every time. So yeah, Unicorns of Love, a very slow playstyle early game, but they speed it up late game.
Well, we did also need to give some credit to Pioneer. Was at 4th place, 5 eliminations. This team, I think you said, Max, actually, while we were watching the game, yesterday, their lowest elimination game was 5, but they've been higher than that the rest of the time.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about this, talking about circles during this game here with Kalaris and also Jason, and mainly saying that it can be hard to find some consistency when it comes to reaching the podium every single time, but when you can actually find those eliminations every single time, like we see from Pioneer also in the first phase and now in this second phase too, like that is a way to remain consistent and stay relevant when it comes to the overall rankings. Like Pioneer started off the day in 4th position with 46 points. They had a 4th place and a 2nd place, but the eliminations were a big portion of the overall points in the standings. So yeah, I mean, Pioneer, they found a way to stand out of the other teams in the lobby, and it's working out so far.
So assuming the numbers were correct that we actually saw before we started the show today, Pioneer had 151 eliminations and MADBULLS had 150. Like, Pioneer are actually the highest fragging team in the event so far, Kalaris.
So quietly consistent. I mean, obviously we haven't seen huge pop-off moments or, you know, be it tons of first places from them, but they're always there, ever present, and I think that is the hallmark of actually a very, very good team. I don't know whether or not it's a CCT, Jason, but I think up at the top, looking as strong as they do, I think it's very impressive to constantly have them always in the conversation.
I think it's easy to fix rotations. It's easy to fix, you know, the strategy in terms of getting into a zone and winning a chicken dinner, but it's not easy to fix that raw mechanical skill and team fight capability that we are seeing out of them. So yeah, maybe a CCT in the works here. I'll obviously see as the next weeks do go on. But we were talking about Unicorns of Love before, and Kalaris, as you mentioned, you said Unicorns of Love might be a specialist team when it comes to Sanhok. Let's take a look at all 3 of their maps here and maybe get an idea of how much of a specialist they actually are. Because as you pointed out, this team is just being ever so consistent. Max mentioned they didn't look for early fights. They just played the long game. They came out with not a ton of eliminations, but a chicken dinner. And Unicorns of Love, to be fair, I think they dropped Tapmock. And we have to talk about that Northwestern Island as well with what happened, because it was very weird having, Death Machine was there, TJB was there, Big was there, Na'Vi was there, then MADBULLS rotated in as well. It was a big scruff that happened.
The Northwestern Island, I would say right now, is a land of opportunities, because you have Big always going for that wide split on Camp Alpha. You got Na'Vi always with a wide split on the top of that mountain, right? Which you don't really want to contest unless you have to, which is what VIRTUS.PRO were initially forced to do at the end. So if you're able to rotate quickly, get access to a really strong position, we saw it happen with SHOCKWAVE 2, you can be a team to be able to get a really strong spot and just gatekeeper the team, just rack up eliminations relatively quickly. So the fact that teams are so much quicker in the early game of Sanhok now allows a lot more opportunities when it comes to ranking up high on the leaderboards.
With a circle like this, Jason, that up north, that West Island gets very busy very quick. So maybe this prompts teams to gather a little bit earlier in the early game, and then even in the mid game where we're seeing, as we were saying, Na'Vi kind of have that slow bleed off of trying to hold every angle on the mountain. Maybe they get together a little bit quicker. They have been fortunate in the past in terms of getting a chicken dinner off the back of having that wide split, but nobody challenged them. That was my main concern when we saw them get a victory from that spot. It's like, why is nobody coming up here to try and wrestle this away from them? VIRTUS.PRO did, and VIRTUS.PRO showed the vulnerability that is potentially there. So as much as Na'Vi plays that high ground really well, sometimes that kind of long split can come back to bite them.
Well, let's maybe look at it from a different avenue, because I know Max brought this up. What if it wasn't Na'Vi there and it was a different team? Is it the fact that they know that Na'Vi like this position and it's a team from their own region that they're so confident in taking that fight? Or do you think they would take that fight against any team in the lobby?
Yeah, I believe, looking back, I think that they had a very similar kind of drop location and kind of play style when it came to Sanhok and PMPL CIS in the past. So they're definitely used to playing against each other, right? Like, these are two teams that have a very long legacy when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports. So I think it could be something to work out on, but because of that, and VIRTUS.PRO know how slow sometimes Na'Vi can be to rotate. So like, free opportunity, if we eliminate one player, it's a 4v3. We're going to get the high ground advantage, and it is the best spot for scouting and then to transition away from it, depending on where the circle goes on the Northwestern Island. So good stuff from VIRTUS.PRO, seeing the opportunity as always here.
Wild damage to come in from Na'Vi as well, considering that they weren't able to convert too much from it. I mean, yes, this is almost, again, a little bit symptomatic of having all of your players split across this mountain position, trying to gatekeep people, but not necessarily getting that many eliminations off the back of it. You can shoot at a lot of angles, but can you confirm those knocks as you're trying to push for the amount of damage that you're putting out? So, interesting numbers.
Yeah, I think it's, like you say, kind of expected to get a decent amount of damage from that position, not many eliminations, but for VIRTUS.PRO to take that, which seemed honestly so effortlessly as well, I think was the really interesting part. And as you said before, Max, you've seen them do really similar rotations in PMPL CIS in the past. But for them to kind of stick it to Na'Vi, the #1 performing team yesterday, I would be, personally afraid to go fight Na'Vi, but then again, I'm also not very good at the game. But beyond that, obviously, we do have our next map coming up shortly. You can see about 1.5 minutes to go. We have Erangel, though, as we have a little bit more of a laid-back map here. I think what's interesting to me is that we haven't seen many switch-ups and drop locations on Erangel like we see on Sanhok, but I feel like, again, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sanhok just kind of allows that because of how small the map is.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's one that we brought up quite a few times in the first phase, right, of terms of drops that I'd like to potentially change, or at least having options open for secondary drop is still big. Big just catering only to the Severny, like, north area position is very, it kind of locks in their opportunities for the late game. They do something that I think you mentioned a few times, Kalash, that they do tend to scout a little bit more towards that Rozhok area, which is good. It keeps a little bit more information coming their way, but I still would like to see secondary drops for teams that are maybe just a little bit too focused on their initial drop location, because you never know, a really bad plane path, and you're just stretching that drop location, and you're going to maybe lose a play or two as you try and get to your drop location. Yeah. It's a bit weird. So I think some teams can still try and work on that, and Big in particular could try and do so.
We said it in previous seasons where we thought a good backup drop spot was West Coast, and eventually Eastern Stars was taking that. Now it seems that that's open again, and I wouldn't mind even that being a flex position for some of these teams. But, you don't want loads of teams going there at the same time, so who knows what could occur.
What I do know, though, Klaris, is that it's time to head to our casters because the second match is ready to go. So let's throw it back on over to John, Allen, and Blake.
That's right. It's me and the Mad Doctor. We're getting ready for game number 2 as things start to heat up there. After Na'Vi didn't manage to, as they were saying, didn't manage to convert super well on their, what was probably one of the better positions in that final circle to be able to convert there. Hopefully, they're going to be able to convert here because they have been bumped off that top point scoring spot for this phase.
I mean, it was a difficult circle for them. You set yourself as best you can, and then I think it got to the point where it moved down towards the southeast so much that it's like, Na'Vi's like, oh god, we gotta head down southeast now. How are we gonna go about this? And then VP's like, yo, what up? It's us, by the way. We're on the north now. It's like, god damn it, it's like everyone's everywhere now. So I think Na'Vi just gets caught in a very awkward crossfire, and VP awkwardly stumble upon the northwestern mountain as the circle shifts. And I think both teams were just like, oh, I think we're both in the clanger now, lads. So we'll just call this one quits. So over to Erangel. We'll see what these two teams can get done here instead. Na'Vi's actually dropping in with us. Unicorns of Love, after their last game, sent themselves flying up towards 74 points at the top, but they will be not playing this one. Neither will TJB, who, although you called me the mad scientist, I would say this is probably our mad scientist of the lobby, is TJB. Don't really know who's taking charge of strategies. I want to meet them. I probably won't understand a thing they're saying. That's fine. I just want to know what their thoughts are.
Somehow, some way. If only there was a way that we could communicate between language.
Oh, no. Even if they were speaking English, I would have no idea what they were saying either.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fair.
They are a nonsensical team.
That's a fair admonishment, I think, given what we've seen over the last couple of days. Western Plain Path here, Na'Vi nice and early out to Georgia Pole. 3 teams on the military island, and it's a Western Circle.
It is a Western Circle, so a lot of these teams down towards Gatco be happy. Nexus. Oh, I feel bad for this team right now because we did see some troubles last season for the 4 Romanian boys when a lot of these guys actually played for that team. Not including Octavian, but you know, we get a Gatka finish or a Gatka circle and be like, even though you boys have the middle of this circle, most of the time you guys go out like 10 minutes in. So I want to see a little bit more resilience here from Nexus under this new banner, this new name, this new title. I would like to see exactly what they can get done from this position on the map, which is, again, this is an opportunistic position. Gives you a lot of places you can go to, a lot of compounds that are available to you. Similar to Ruthless Esports, I want to see opportunity out of this team. Pachinki cannot be where you just remain the whole game. You choose this position for one of the main reasons that it gives you a massive amount of advantage when it comes to getting out the gate.
VIRTUS.PRO in Rozhok right now, fairly unchallenged, and with a couple of options for rotation paths down south towards the center of the circle. They might swing around to the north if they want to challenge an RV like they did in the Sanhok just gone. Big dropped up towards Severny, one of the first times we've actually been able to see them drop straight on in there. It looked for a moment on the drop as if 4 Romanian men were going to try and challenge them, but 4 Romanian men did in fact go further out, grab some vehicles and head over to Stalbar, potentially swinging all the way out to Kameshki as well. Game Lord have just made their way into Yasnaya Poliana on the northeast side, and ARB control the C block, with MUERTE on their north side and Eastern Stars swinging out to Novo, maybe even going over that Eastern Bridge to Milta.
Maybe, there's a potential. 4 Romanian men, been dropping Stalb for quite some time now. You know, Kameshki split down towards that southeast side of it. Seems to be one of their go-tos at the moment. Hasn't given them a huge amount of success so far within the Western Europe Fall season. I do want to see a little bit more out of them. It seems very, very reminiscent of their Sanhoks as well, where, you know, they'll drop down towards docks, you know, maybe take a boat round to the side and then they get in. Even though your rotation has taken half the game to do, shortly fall after that. I think some of the only respite that they actually get from doing this is that sometimes they'll go out in 9th or 8th place, in which case you're getting some points. You're not getting a lot of points, but at least you're getting some.
Game Lord just looting on up, trying to get some of those points. I still hop over the gap there. Wall Rider, Robs. Do a little parkour there, very nice.
That's some parkour from time to time. It's exercise. I don't think it's exercise if you try hard enough, I think.
Really? Is it?
Yeah.
Do you think?
I would say so.
What about sleeping?
If you try really hard, bro, yeah, 100%.
It's sleeping hard, man.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm so tired. I was sleeping all night.
I feel like we might have found the exception.
That's right. Let's have a look here. I'm looking at Game Lord, who are currently in 20th place. God, that was actually so difficult for me to find them because I was like, you know, maybe 1st to 8th here. Maybe I looked down to like 8th till 17th. I was like, I couldn't find them. Surely they're in here. And like just by coincidence, like my eyes flickered down towards the bottom of the leaderboards. I can't believe they're 20th right now. This is
Tied up with QODEX.
yeah, very unhappy days for them. Fortunately, they have one match over QODEX, so they can get ahead of QODEX, maybe take 19th place. Woo! If they play hard enough, yeah.
Well, hopefully they'll get some exercise if they play hard enough.
That's right.
ARB have found an MUERTE player in the meantime. PP Bison for English. And there is potentially backup coming through. If Jamaz can put this nade through the door, that's curtains. But then it comes
Doors
to
open or not, you just don't know.
That's true. That's true, but English is now on the rooftop. Jamaz is there. Does have that nade still to play with. Darayev, first into the fight, will be able to take a 1-for-1 trade on the Nox and look for the flush as well. We'll find it. Amodi going no further for ARB. English yet to be fully challenged up here. Jamaz tries to go for the hop, skip, and a jump, but instead just takes the tumble. And then Amo goes down on the back lines almost immediately, leaving Wodair high and dry.
It's me. Not bad for Jamaz there. Jumps off the roof and a whole clip just nailed into him as he's falling.
Here's the PP Bison. Dueling off with the AKM, Wodair finds one. But MUERTE win the day. ARB taken down, and that is a massive loot delivery to MUERTE, to be honest. That's a fairly full C-block loot.
I'll take C-block loot any day of the week. They do now have to make it into the circle, but their only opponent in front of them is Team Doom. Not to slight Team Doom, I think that they have some good players on the team, especially with Frosty, who has been real standout player for them. I just don't think that they're that much of a brick wall to a team like MUERTE if they're trying to move through that Western Bridge. We'll see what happens though. I could be completely proven wrong. Eastern Stars looting up in Novo. Unicorns of Love out of the game. They want to get some of that Unicorns of Love luck that has been coming through over the past couple of days. I say luck, but they have made a lot of that luck their own recently. Picking up that loot there, should be able to rotate over the Eastern Bridge, maybe over towards Farm, getting on the fielded side. Really depends what you want to do. Eastern Stars could take a really aggressive rotation and try and come up behind MUERTE here over the Western Bridge. Still, that would leave you a little bit in a dangerous scenario, though. I'm sure MUERTE would be able to spot that coming from a mile off. NEXUS, though, a little bit of resilience.
I mean, they just had someone get knocked to a vehicle. They crashed a vehicle and had someone get knocked for NEXUS. And they're playing a 2-2 split in the middle of Gatka when there's about 5 other teams around them, still. They're currently split apart by VIRTUS.PRO. So I don't know. They're not dead yet. But I don't think NEXUS are having the best of times. And RV as well. They did take a knock, but QODEX are maybe not going to be able to take that one down. Seemingly Na'Vi want to get that res and will be able to achieve it now after having moved south past Everest.
Yeah, I think NEXUS have, well, Na'Vi have some bad taste left in the mouth after NEXUS. If we remember back to their Gatka finish when Na'Vi was inside one of the buildings, and I think it was NEXUS who literally rolled up, and then for some reason Na'Vi turned off all brain cells and stood out in the open and got naded and shot through windows. I feel like I can say that because we know they're a fantastic team. Like, I've seen how good they are, and it was incredibly surprising to me on the day, on the match, where I just saw them get, you know, picked to pieces quite succinctly without really any kind of retaliation either. So next step is to get the knock over towards. Now Big is squeezing their way in between NEXUS and also Na'Vi. Not sure if this is the best place for Big to be right now.
See, they're on the roadside and actually crashing right into just Matic. This is good news for Big, right? If they find one of these Na'Vi players, that reduces the threat from the north side. There's no way that Matic wins that versus 4, realistically. And you have to question why Na'Vi left a player out there when they know that Gatkut's going to be packed.
Yeah, I think that's a case of, you know, Big being able to get down from Ruins, from Severity, able to just scoot their way into this position. What is happening? Oh.
Nexus. Nexus are happening. Miki. He's going to find out exactly how that happens as well. Nade in through the window, trying to suppress Big. SHOCKWAVE currently isolated in the building on the left. They know there's a player in there, but they continue to just post these nades through the boards. Trying to slick it on in. Mazzaro takes a lot of damage. Another one in through the side there, and that's the knock coming through from Octavian. They're not even seeing these players, but Big are suffering heavily.
Is this Nexus's brain experiment where, you know, they send off a signal, a transmitter, as they approach a compound, and suddenly the team is no more? They get separated and not able to communicate properly. Either way, Nexus seems to be really good at crashing these compounds in particular, just these ones. But off the back of the third party, I think it's very good timing from Nexus, so I do have to praise them there. They're able to also regroup through that chaos. Unfortunately, being on the outside for a little bit too long has left them slightly high and dry. A lot of angles now been shown over towards them.
FBI, open up. Nexus, crashing on in. But they have now been repositioned against. Look at Tixi as well. Coming on in. Looks like the CIA have something to say about this FBI raid. Tixi, gonna get that spray down over onto Redox out in the open. And Nexus waited too long on the outside. They had the numbers advantage, but that is dwindling really, really fast. So now Big might be able to hold this storm.
I think a fair few of the big players have gone down now. Just down to 2. So this is actually very well played by Na'Vi. Instead of going for the instant crash in the third party, they've instead just tried to set themselves up to get a few angles on this, damage the players in front. They know that at some point they would love to take this compound, considering it gives you a slight bit of high ground to look down towards the fields in. It is a good compound to hold, but at the moment quite difficult to approach at the moment with so many teams vying for control over it. And for Na'Vi, I would also praise the fact that they're staying out of this for so much longer, just because there's so many smokes that eliminate vision over towards SHOCKWAVE. We're also looking at this spot.
There it is, there's a knock. And Nexus take a knock from SHOCKWAVE. As you say, they are taking a look. SHOCKWAVE now, last player standing for Big. After Beast has gone down. Looking to loot up whatever possible. A couple of smokes more there in the box. Ooh. That's what's in the box. Na'Vi repositioning.
Yeah, turns out that compound was very, 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 very not worth it, after all. As the circle just moves down towards southwest.
Horrible neighbors. Really, really bad. But SHOCKWAVE, last standing, wants to go for something. Goes for 1, tries to find a second knock, but can't quite find the 2. And it is going to be the Nexus players staying alive with 3, but they are still under the watch now of SHOCKWAVE, of Na'Vi, the remaining players anyway, but that might not be too much of a bother, as SHOCKWAVE are dealing with them as well.
Yeah, SHOCKWAVE see the disengage from Na'Vi and instantly follow.
VIRTUS.PRO winning out the duel, instantly sticks the res. Look at that, knew that he was on the bleed out there. The third party allows Andy some time as well. Not going to be up, not going to be going for the res just yet. VIRTUS.PRO unfortunately lose a player. They're down to 3. A nade out wide. Nearly finds Old Boy, but he ducks back in just in time. Andy trades around the side, the corner of this building, but Old Boy is too slick with it.
I don't get it.
They just don't understand. This is Old Boy. You don't fight. He's near a wall. If it's 90 degrees from the ground and it's solid, don't fight him near it.
I was literally about to say is that, you know, we already know this is not the best guy to be approaching. When he, like, pseudo-peeked the corner and then, like, sent back to the side so you get a run-up, I was like, this man doesn't know what's coming.
It's the wind-up. It's the Falcon punch.
Legitimately.
He did just get
around the corner.
He did just get. Oh, he did just get.
He got dunked on, yeah. It literally styled upon. Yeah. Anyway, VIRTUS.PRO able to keep a few of their players up in a fairly decent spot as well.
English not quite able to find the trade on the one, but Dadaev springs up. As the Bush Wookiee himself pushes forwards to the tree, spots a player off to the right, goes for the trade, ducks it. Nicely done. Now Phantom up into the fight, gets out of the buggy, wants to stick around in this one, but gets absolutely decimated for his trouble.
Yeah, MUERTE looking a lot smoother today, I would say, overall. A little bit more confident in themselves after that last game. Able to get themselves a fair few amount of points. We didn't really touch them on too much on Sanhok, but you do have to say that even with the, I think it was 4 eliminations that they got on top of the quite a few amount of placement points they're able to retrieve just through laddering up on healing, it worked out quite well for them. Looking at the circle, though, I think GameLore was a team that I did want to see do a little bit better in this game. Currently, they're still playing on the edge side. It's always been kind of their approach to a lot of these circles, which is playing the edge. Quickly mounting back up with the vehicles, they're going to send forward. Robs is in the back, currently just taking the shots over towards Nexus, but does need to now regroup the team. They are passing by Shockwave. Slightly dangerous territory now.
Ruthless on the top of the quarry wall there, in a fairly solid spot. You can see them near that airdrop as well. Potential crash coming through. This Pioneer might have to defend against the MADBULLS coming in from the north side. This is now on board with Game Lord and Shockwave, who are right on the north as well. Out near the blue. Rob's all the way out in the blue, in fact. Pioneer defending against the MADBULLS. Xeric hunkering down behind some rocks, trying to cower away from those bullets. And the nade is in, but somehow doesn't even take a lick of damage from that one. Trading off, but it's just skills left. Has the M4. And one hell of a cannon in hand, but needs a reload, needs some time. They're allowing him to do it. They want these players back alive, and I think that's fair for Pioneer.
Yeah, quick flash towards the basement.
Uh-oh. Cuts him down. Skills. Takes what's his. Will be able to send up from the dark and take the rest of his team with him.
Yeah, it's fair play. I mean, you go into the basement of the dark, but you switch on the breaker, you got lights back on again. And just like that, MADBULLS should be brought back up to 3. Shockwave, though, Azza, looking to go up against some of the players from Game Lore, but instantly, Akashi's already down.
Na'Vi is still going, by the way. I mean, we saw them lose 2 players earlier, but they are still there and not too far away from this fight. They'll pick up the pieces from it if they can. Game Lord. Nades, Shockwave, putting them back their way. Terminus goes down, so it's 1-for-1 right now, but the nade over the top brings it in a little bit more Shockwave's favor. And Trazen wants the challenge. Rops wants it as well, and will be up to it. Nightmare over the top, pushing forwards, knows there's a lot of damage poured into Rops. Can he stick that heal? Can he get that first aid off? Yes, he can. And Na'Vi now into the fight. Rops is going to be completely on the broadside, needs to win the fight fast. Finds one. Now just Aza, but Na'Vi plays spoiler. And that's just Aza still from Shockwave. It's Na'Vi picking up those pieces with 2 players.
I mean, happy days for them. Game Lord, on the other hand, completely unhappy with how this one has turned out. 1 elimination, just Victor left alive, has to send some nades over the top. Nightmare and Trazen going down, but Na'Vi really do put a stop to the dreams of Shockwave, who have played from this position before when they got that win versus Pioneer. Fortunately for themselves, though, it won't be really going much further than this. Game Lord, it really just shows how far they have fallen, though, with Akashi immediately getting knocked off the bat. It just feels like they're a little bit flustered. They're not getting enough practice in. I don't know what's happening with Game Lord, but when you see them losing to Shockwave, who you could quite confidently say they dominated over in the past seasons, something is really drastically wrong with this team at the moment. And I really want to see them get their groove back, get their mojo back, because at the moment, it just doesn't feel like the Game Lord that I know and love.
Not ideal. Nexus eliminated. After their Gatka start, one of the closest teams to where this circle is finishing. Ruthless continue to just defend from their fortress on high near the north side of Quarry, which kind of cuts out a lot of area in this circle, right? It's holding up a lot of ground and cuts maybe 20% of it out. Eastern Star is going to try and fill up on the lower levels of it. The warehouse is still operated.
Even so, it's low ground as well. And there's a few trees around here, but other than that, it's fairly barren. So pretty much just at the south side of the map. For MADBULLS, they've got a pretty decent compound to play around with. There's the 3 players they still have. That's Game Lord out with 4 eliminations. But yeah, they have a decent place to play here with the road looking out towards that western side. But they have to pray to God, and I really do mean it, that the circle heads over towards the western side, because if it heads towards the east, you know, now it's a fight between QODEX, Eastern Stars, and Ruthless Esports. Ruthless Esports currently having what is a really strong position here up towards the warehouses.
VIRTUS.PRO trying to make their crash on towards the foothills of it. As MADBULLS are cutting down the Na'Vi approach in the meantime. A lot of open ground under the feet of Ruthless, but they've allowed 2 players from VP to get up there. Yankee gets to cover, the vehicles go up in smoke, but they've made their dash, they've made that push, and now the rest of VP might want to try and slinky back together if they don't spot Tixi, or if Tixi doesn't spot them first. A nade over the top finds Mer. Sorry, not Mer. Gets Yankee on the forefront. A lot of damage poured on in. Mer needs to stick this res if they want to get him back up, but I don't think you're going to be that lucky. Mer, unfortunately, takes the nade as well, and VIRTUS.PRO are getting absolutely decimated downhill.
Yeah, I was about to say that you should never be able to make this approach into the circle. And just like that, with a few more nades, that will be VP going down there. Ruthless do a really good job at stopping that one. Yeah, they don't get the initial shots onto vehicles coming in, but Manu immediately repositions to send nades in as soon as they arrive. Pocus with a shot off towards a distance to take down the final member of Na'Vi and Tixi. And again, they are leveraging this spot. Ruthless Esports currently with 3 players and 9 eliminations. Great game from them.
Shockwave go down as well in the fight with MUERTE. Ingush, last player standing. 9 eliminations for MUERTE as well. They did very well on Sanhok. It's consistency from this team to be able to carry that one forwards. Nice to see, nice to see. I think they had about 8 eliminations over on Sanhok and a 4th place, I think it was. Something like that. So really, really nice and consistent. 6th place now found, so if they can ladder up a couple times, they'll be happy. On the western side might be tricky though. I think 4 Romanian men know there's a player out this way.
That is a circle that MADBULLS really wanted. Yeah, that's the one. So now things do get a little bit tricky, a little bit interesting, because how does Ruthless Esports get over towards this spot? Do they go over the swamps here? It would be really rough. You're going to need to have some smokes available to you. And after investing so many grenades down towards VP, they don't have a huge amount left. So I wonder if they'll be focused down towards Eastern Stars and try and peek their head up over towards the ridge side on the southeast, which is still in the circle just about. And that might have to be the case, because if you head down there, try and get the final players from Eastern Stars out of the way, play that ridge side, and then wait for the next circle, because it really is going to have to be waiting for MADBULLS to be pulled out of their compound. But that is very, very good for Ruthless Esports. They really needed that knock, and that's going to push them as well into the circle, which is phase 6 right now. It hurts.
You got to get up early on that to get past Manu. He is lightning on those reflexes. Nice spray down. But Eastern Stars are still as 4. They move along. They move out to the right-hand side. They will be isolated onto a ramp, but hang on a minute, Athis is already up, and he's taking the fight with QODEX on his own. Has got the backstab potentially coming in from Ruthless, but there's smoke cover at the back.
Hang on, Ruthless started this game with 3 players. Ulysses wasn't able to load in. They've done this, dropping into the game with only 3.
All right.
I mean, hats off, lads. Hats off indeed.
Very good. Very good indeed. It's unexpected that you see a 3-player team get this deep into it, but not only have they got this deep, they've had 9 eliminations, and as you say, they've held this high ground rather impressively, but that might be about to change. They've allowed the Eastern Stars now to push all the way up. Look at this smoke cover. Ingush, I don't know if this was set up by Ingush.
Just the one dude. He's going for it.
He's got no smokes left, so it might have been.
Yeah. I hope it is. I mean, I thought he was going out right now, to be honest with you, but still heading in. Laddered up to 5th place if he goes out now. Only 1 player left from QODEX. The MADBULLS move further up. Now, this is very typical MADBULLS, right? So they want to get further in towards the center of the circle and not leave it up to chance that the circle itself pushes them out of the zone. Salazar down to quite low HP. They can find a few more knocks over towards the guys in Eastern Stars. It could be good. Fury just able to get past there on a mad sprint.
Athis did get back up in the meantime. Now just money again from QODEX. being the thorn in their side. If they can take down MUERTE, they can start to control from this high ground here, but they are, at the moment, kind of locked down with Athis very, very low.
Yikes, look at that spot though. It's like there is a tiny bit of cover available to them. Oh my god, Salazar's coming with a vehicle. It's time.
Oh, no, he's stopped. He's pulled up short. Molotov instead, and that could be good, actually. It's going to force them out, force them to change position, but the nade is even better. Not going to be able to trade it off. With only 3 players, they do not have that numbers advantage or even the even numbers to go off. With Salazar down, Kapahala will be able to heal as well. They've got the time to play with, and Eastern Stars have the smokes on their left. Can they break out wide? Can they get past this and force their way into this next circle? As the MADBULLS, they're taking fights as well.
That's MUERTE. I mean, that's MUERTE who's able to get a single knock onto MADBULLS, but that does delay them, giving more time for RUTHLESS Esports made to do something here. Still looking over towards this spot. The smokes are really critical, but they will get a refresh on the crate there. Manu still looking down towards MADBULLS.
We'll be able to crawl forwards for a little bit. Get those bandages on board. Can you spot a player up there in the smoke? I don't think you quite have the angle there. Okay, they might though.
Oh, they're both furious with RUTHLESS Esports.
It's not ideal. Not ideal for RUTHLESS Esports, but they've got very, very far so far. 5 teams remaining. Ingush is still going. He's still going. No, he's not. He's dead. MADBULLS take him down finally. From the back there. And now 4 players alive for Eastern Stars. They've weathered this a little bit, and now they have the open ramp. They have this high ground. Can they get rid of MUERTE on their west?
There's really no meds for either side of the team. I think Pokes has got a few bandages left for himself. I think most of the meds are down here on MADBULLS. MUERTE, yes, still going. Right on the edge side. I think they should know. That's Pokes going down towards a nade. And even so, I think they should push on this. Manu also quite low. 1 nade left for that player from Eastern Stars. QODEX goes down. Should have spotted that. That's the last player from RUTHLESS out. I think they had such a good run, though. To get 3rd place, 9 eliminations, really, really well done. But now Eastern Stars have to face off against the 2 players from MADBULLS. Can they make this happen versus Eastern Stars at 4?
10 eliminations so far, and Kapahala does go down to effect. Not really ideal there. Skills up into the watchtower. So he is going to have to pop that med kit there. Eastern Stars with 3. Kapahala flushed out. Actually, quite a lot of damage sent their way. As you say, the meds were drained. That level 3 helmet's still alive for effect.
7 nades, yeah, it's over. It's done.
That nade could be good if it doesn't land for the Eastern Stars. You're right, that bombardment could be all it takes. There's a Molotov around the side. Forced into the gunfight, though. Eastern Stars take the initiative. They say we're not going to go quietly, but apparently it's not even going to matter because Skills, in effect, they've set up the crossfire, and MADBULLS, 2 versus 4, might be able to do it. Eastern Stars, only with the 1 player up the top. Athis is there, but there's more nades still coming on through. 3 nades left in the back pocket as Athis repositions. Skills' position is known. No meds to speak of, and Athis is laid bare. Can he stand up tall? But Skills has a nade. Effect has a nade. They don't even need to see him. They just need it on the money. That's going to be good. And Athis falls. The MADBULLS take down Eastern Stars and claim the chicken dinner.
I mean, we talked about earlier, right? If they got that western shift towards that compound, it was going to be happy news for the MADBULLS. Even at 3, though, they lost a player early. Weather the Storm just kept holding down RUTHLESS Esports, which I thought was a fairly decent play, right? You hold them down for as long as possible in that situation to make it so Eastern Stars get the upper hand, and then you focus all your attention over towards Eastern Stars at the end there. But yeah, the meds were just non-existent for a lot of those teams. MADBULLS are the only ones who really had the cover to maintain the amount of meds that were required to stick around towards the end game. So really, really well done. Effect with 1280 damage done with most eliminations at 8. Bloody hell. Honestly, MADBULLS had a very good run this game.
That's insane. That's like 4th highest damage yesterday over the whole day was around that. And in 1 game, Effects managed to get 1280. This guy's insane. He is absolutely going for the MVP.
There was practically no space around a lot of this circle, honestly, to play in. And I think for the guys on... This game could have been over a long, long time ago. In fact, if we got the circle shift even further towards the western side, MADBULLS would have cleared this up instantaneously. But because there was a tiny bit of the ridge still in from Quarry, both RUTHLESS Esports and Eastern Stars are able to stick around for just a little bit longer in that game. But yeah, I think it could have been over Zone 7, Zone 8.
Well, the 3 players, Ruthless get fairly far, but MADBULLS only need the 2 to take the chicken dinner.
I don't know how Eastern Stars loses this 4v2. What? I mean, MADBULLS, Max, I think you pointed out, only had 3 players in this match.
No, it was Ruthless turn, yeah, 3, but like MADBULLS lost 1 right earlier when they were trying to rotate in that compound, and the peaks that we were coming out from Effect, taking himself that 1v2, and Skills had the off angle too. It was just a perfect lockdown to make sure Eastern Stars could not move in, gain any terrain in the circle, and Eastern Stars were in the circle first. It just shows how effective the plays coming out from MADBULLS actually are. And once again, Effect, he was MVP before this game. He is still currently MVP of the tournament so far. And I'm telling you, MADBULLS, they're just blazing off here.
That's the best bit about the start of phase 2. People are like, oh yeah, we're catching up with Effect, and then BAM! Effect slams them down. It's actually a little bit ridiculous what we just witnessed, especially as you say in the peaks across that ridge. I mean, yeah, it's TPP, so you have a slight advantage in terms of vision and stuff like that from that moment. And Eastern Stars was a bit kind of choked up in terms of the angles they could take against MADBULLS there, but yeah, MADBULLS played a blinder there. Very impressive.
Just can't forget that MADBULLS are just built different.
Right.
Like Kalaris is apparently, as you can see, 12 eliminations, 8 for, or sorry, not eliminations, that'd be a little bit weird. 12 points for Kalaris, 8 for Max, and 7 for me.
I'm taking this a lot more seriously. I'm just not going to go for my weird predictions that I like to do. No, I like to go for my weird predictions every once in a while, but I'll play by the books. I'll just follow the Kalaris way and try and just predict the team that is in a good spot, which is the best way to do it.
Imagine that. Yeah.
Wow, you would have thought.
Let's take a look at the match rankings. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I want to talk about our competition that's going on because it's getting very ugly. MADBULLS, 29 points, 14 limbs, 15 placements. That's,
yeah.
I mean, that's the MADBULLS we come to expect. And that's the MADBULLS we unfortunately didn't get to see when it came to yesterday. But what a way to show back up again.
Yeah, I remember the early times where MADBULLS surprised us in the championships last season, and now look how much these guys have definitely improved. Like Zarek and Effect are just so talented as players, and definitely going for that MVP position. And the rotations too for MADBULLS this entire game was so clean. They already got themselves a 2nd place in phase 1 over that western coastline. They're very aware of the surroundings of the terrain and how to play around it. They played God Compound on the west actually for a very long period of time. So even if the circle went up north, they already had another plan ready to try and win that game. So I would say pretty much wherever the circle went with how they play the game, they could have definitely been able to take the win regardless because of their knowledge of the western side.
I can look down the list here, though. I mean, Ruthless 19, Eastern Stars 17. To be fair, nice to see Eastern Stars again back up there. MUERTE was there on the front page, and I wanted to bring them up in particular because we're going to look at something later on. They had 9 eliminations that match. Pretty damn good, to be perfectly honest. As we look down the rest of the list here, Pioneer, unfortunately, 2 points. Big as well. I don't know what's going on with Big, and I know we're kind of seeming really negative towards them, but we expect, well, bigger things out of this team.
Yeah, it's a rough rotate in for them for this game, and then eventually they kind of get... I mean, where were they moving? They were moving through some of the fields even, kind of towards where Na'Vi was, towards where Nexus was, and then they just kind of get choked up there and eventually actually bleed out from it all. But so a bit of a rough time for them. I think it's fair to say it's not exactly an easy transition from Severny anyway towards these later circles.
Well, to be fair for Big as well, if we keep in mind, they were in the most awkward fight as well, sandwiched between Nexus.
Yeah.
Also, you had Na'Vi behind them. You had Shockwave as well, watching different angles. There was just nowhere for them to really move in that compound.
You can't really fight back because most of those windows are boarded up, right? So you can't really peek through them properly. The only way to fight back was with nades, and they were just clustered in that position. If you go north, there's Na'Vi. If you go south, there's another team. You're just pinched, right? And I think that it goes back to something that we mentioned earlier. A secondary drop location would allow them to escape those kind of weird situations. They could get in a better position way earlier. I don't think anyone wants to call that compound home for the time they did, unfortunately. But looking at the replays, you can see the peak potentially from Effect there, and Skills with that perfect off angle. And
Skills,
yeah. The 2 angles put together when you have Eastern Stars have no coverage literally in that spot, there's no way MADBULLS could lose that.
The thing was, I mean, even with Skills off the offing of their Kalaris, the crispiness, the cleanness of those peaks out of Effect, like the mechanical skill that goes into being able to pull that off perfectly and to limit the amount of time you're being visible and to get your shots off was just fantastic. Honestly, it was a thing of beauty, and I actually want to see the player stats of MADBULLS while we talk about it.
Yeah, the trick really is kind of the pre-fire before the peak for people in that situation. Obviously, like you don't go and then fire as you come across. Even if a few of your shots actually hit the ground before you actually lay that spray into someone, you're firing as soon as you get the opportunity for your gun to kind of come up over that peak. So, and you're seeing that kind of coming in from Effect here. So very, very impressive. And again, I got to make a woo, because that's a lot of damage coming in here from Effect.
I mean, it's just Effect and skills this game, right? Zarek Shaw got knocked a little bit earlier in the game too when they were getting towards the late game. Monkey unfortunately got picked up earlier, but 1,280 damage from one player alone is just mental, and 8 eliminations on top. So yeah, I'll try and refresh the MVP list, but I'm pretty sure he is still on top and now just lengthening that lead by a significant margin. So yeah, I mean, Effect is currently with Zarek the 2 players to beat for that race to MVP, and if it remains even just remotely close to these type of results for MADBULLS, I mean, I think we might already have our MVP, to be honest.
Is it just me, or is anyone else getting like stalwart vibes out of them? Like thinking back to like last year and how like ridiculously good they were when it came to firefights.
Maybe.
I think there's some points
in my head just yet, but
I think there's some points like you could talk about Zarek and also about Effect as your maybe your top and action of the team, and then the way they also react quickly to circles and situations. I think that definitely reminds me of the IGLing of Pika. So there's some you can make points that both teams do have similarities. So yeah, I would agree to some extent.
See, Max is always like a yes guy. I could have been completely wrong, but he would have found some way to make it relate, and I appreciate
it. Made me think about it. I was like, some parts of it. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. I didn't win the prediction, but I got Max's support at least. But a team that we have to talk about really quickly because they've been super under the radar today is actually MUERTE. And I said pay attention to their eliminations early on because they had 9 in this match. Let's take a look at their player stats over the whole day so far, because they're at 18 eliminations across the board here for this team. That is actually ridiculous considering the first match was Sanhok, and then they went over to Erangel.
I think the cool thing about their eliminations coming from this game as well is that they're not exactly even the most conventional. They sat on kind of East Bridge, waited for teams to kind of slowly rotate that way, got some there, then went towards West Coast to a degree, then came in from that kind of southwest edge and started firing from compounds there. So there was a little bit of an opportunity for them to have a few pickoffs here and there, but quite honestly, for the majority of this game, they were chasing circles and still able to get some eliminations here and there. So if you can't get your best spot in the circle, at least get some eliminations whilst doing it.
Yeah. When you're looking at the rotations throughout this entire game, despite, as you said, them being on the edge of the circle, they always had really good footholds, I would say, on the edge of the circle. So if a team was coming their way, they would always tend to have the advantage. So yeah, they're just a map awareness of good positions every single circle is top tier. So yeah, they're able to get eliminations off the back of that. So keep it up, MUERTE. Good stuff.
Really quickly as well, because John Allen just pointed something out. Apparently the 4th highest damage overall the whole day yesterday was 1299 by Zarek, and Effect got 1495.
Thank you, John Allen.
Not bad, not bad. That's pretty ridiculous. Let's throw it over to our commentators though, so John can elaborate on it as he's there with Blank.
There you go. That is true, and to compare that to the 1-game performance, right? It was the 4th highest damage, right, over the entirety of yesterday, was pretty much achieved in that 1 game. So we're going to be looking out more for Effect, I think, over these coming days, as we have been over the whole of this previous tournament, over the previous phase as well.
Yeah, I think it is something to keep an eye on with Effect. Like really. Basically just fragging out of his mind at the moment. You've got to love it. And I think that they do have a lot of cool players on that team that all have their own little individual characteristics that make them Effect. I was about to say Effect, but I'm going to confuse people. That make them so well gelled in that team altogether. Considering Effect is like, you know, your front man, right? You got skills as the flanker. You also have Zarek, who's your scouter. It all really does tie in together to create the full product at the end of the day, which is always beautiful to see.
Over onto Miramar we go. And we are going to see plenty of teams taking their stand this time around. The MADBULLS will be back in the mix of it. Unfortunate performances from Game Lord will have an attempt to be rectified this time around as well.
Maybe. We will see. With Esports this time with 4 players, which is much nicer to see there. Still, you got to give credit to Manu and Pocus there at the end of the game. We were able to really take it home towards the end, so that was happy days for me to see that happen, especially with Manu able to put in so much work alongside Pocus. I think Pocus is a really underrated player a lot of times. He does make some crazy moves, from time to time where, you know, you kind of question what his tactic was, or he's sometimes a little bit overconfident. But I will say overall that he is quite the powerful member on that team of Ruthless Esports. And he does bring a lot to the table for them. When they need that extra oomph, he is the one that provides it. Again, I do think that he has similar symptoms to that team overall, though, in which case, you know, like Max says, they don't really build up that momentum. Sometimes they'll have fantastic games, sometimes they won't have those fantastic games. A little bit sketchy, patchy, and I want to see that change.
Hopefully looking out for that change. The plane path from El Pozo down towards, well, actually further south, towards the south of Los Leones. Cuts off a little bit. Na'Vi out early over towards La Cobreria, with Tixi all the way down south of Crater Fields. TJB, the wild card, the arcane mystery that is the TJB team. They're out, not even actually towards Hacienda, which is kind of that usual drop. Not yet, anyway.
Not quite yet. I mean, they do have a long way to go, especially with this playing path. So towards the side, you know, this is how we always start off our games, though, which is Arab Champions versus Death Machine and Picardo. You know, one of these teams is going to get the upper hand. I don't know why they do this. They take it in turns of who gets the 4 eliminations, who doesn't. Is it a case they just don't want to play Miramar at some point in the day? Fair play. So it does take quite a while to finish. If you want to get out early and take a break, maybe this is what you go for, but it feels like quite one-sided at times, where Death Machine usually are the team that are shunted out of Picardo quite quickly.
Death Machine down to 3. Not great news. ARB suppressing some windows there. Some nice peeks there from Hamodi, but not really finding anything, just put the fear of God in them.
That's all you got to do a lot of times. Send them back. Make sure they know you're here in this location. Don't let them too close by. Tends to be the most efficient approach. Arab Champions, though, do tend to get the upper hand a lot of times. Let's look down towards the southeast of the map. VP into Puerto Paraíso. They've got a player that's sent out a little bit towards that south side. Take Aim Gaming all towards Impala. And Eastern Stars, you know, we talked about them a few times, but I'm not going to bring them up too much this game just in case they pull something out later. Because right now, I'm not expecting too much out of this team. I think Eastern Stars kind of just fall at the wayside. They have one good fight in them over on Miramar at the moment, where Athis is able to take a really strong off angle, but oftentimes that off angle leads to them getting caught out. Maybe a player goes down, they're not able to go for the res, they're not able to regroup quick enough, and by minute 15, you've got a much more weakened Eastern Stars.
Neither of these two teams are really pushing forwards, and the Picardo fight rages on. I say rages, it's actually fairly tepid right now, I would say. No one really having the opportunity to fully loot it on out. No other teams super close to one another. In the meantime, TJB did make their way over to a Hacienda split with water treatment on their northern leg. Take Aim Gaming all the way over in Impala, VIRTUS.PRO, Puerto Paraíso. Unicorns of Love, Bahia de Mar, on the southwest side.
Circle over towards El Pozo. You know, we have these valleys that are available to us. You know, even if we head down towards that south side, it's an interesting place on the map with Chumacera being in play. QODEX towards Power Grid. This is where a lot of teams found a huge amount of capability to really take control of the circle yesterday, and that was over towards Power Grid and the mountains that were above it. Taking that early high ground typically worked out for a lot of people, especially Arab Champions, who kind of got the get out of jail free card, though. We had two teams underneath who refused to look up towards the mountains, and the teams slowly making their way down them. I don't want to see this fight anymore. I feel like I see it every day.
That's because you do, Blank.
Yeah, it's literally the same outcome every time. Stop dropping here, please.
But what if, hear me out, keep doing it?
But I don't understand. It actually feels really stubborn at this point. You're essentially just losing a Miramar every single time. You know what I'd be really curious to see? If you can hear me, producers, and people backstage, can I get a Death Machine average on Miramar, if possible? That'd be
That would be
really
interesting.
cool. Yeah, because I think they had some good games towards the beginning of Phase 1, where they got some really good circles. But since dropping on top of Arab champions in Picardo, it's getting a little bit topsy-turvy.
And another Death Machine player goes down in the Picardo fight that they insist on taking. Goodness me. Just looking at the rest of the map as well, still really nothing going on except for the start of the rotations coming through. I think the earliest we're seeing is Na'Vi. ALB do take a knock there. It is going to be pressured a little bit, but they follow it down. And there it goes. All right, another player goes down, and now it's just Modi up the top. They're going to try and hop out the window.
Does at least find one, but there you go. Over and out. That's Death Machine down. 0 eliminations. Deja vu. Arab champions strike again. Tune in tomorrow for more.
That's fair. I think we're going to have 2 Miramars tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, you know, you get episodes 2 and 3.
It's a double
all at
bill.
once. It's amazing.
Yes.
It's, well, unfortunately, they are reruns. You are seeing the same thing again. So, do feel sorry for you if you do tune in for that. Game Lord. They are moving to the top side of Picardo now. I think top side of Power Grid, sorry. So they keep keeping the high ground in contention. QODEX don't really try and do anything for them at the moment. Just let them pass. They do have a player up in front though. At this point in time, if I was QODEX, I'd want to maybe chip away the armor that Game Lord currently has, just because they are rolling up towards Vito off in the distance for QODEX towards the north side of Monte Nuevo, just underneath those fielded areas. RUTHLESS Esports, again, with 3 players. The power buff of having 1 down seems to have left them, but it is versus big. Strong team fighting team.
They can pick it back up if Manu takes a tumble there. Ulysses and Pocus will be fairly close. That's about 5-6 smokes dropped right on top, as immediately on the knock.
Yeah, they don't be here anymore. Okay.
I suppose it does get a little bit of an unknown presence, but Manu dies either way. And now Big have a chance. This is a team that we really haven't seen, as they were saying on the desk, haven't seen what they wanted to from this game. Or from this tournament, from this phase, certainly.
Oh, you went all over the place there, but...
Well, they haven't, you know?
Yeah. Well, I would agree with the desk, not with you, honestly, there, with what you've just said.
Well, they didn't have the best of phase 1s. They ended up in 12th. They certainly haven't had the best of phase 2s starting off at the beginning of this game. I think they're at 15 points, right? So they're up to 60 now with that 1 elimination. And Game Lord similarly, just really not having the best of times.
No, I think for both these teams it is weird because they're kind of our European powerhouse, and I think that Max put it quite succinctly at the beginning of the desk today, where he said that, you know, this is a case of evolution for a lot of these teams. It's either, it's definitely survival of the fittest. It's if you can't make it with the amount of teams that are currently dropping into these lobbies who are coming in with a high caliber of skill, then you are just going to drown. It really is a case of sink or swim at the moment, and I think that Game Lord just is treading water, isn't quite swimming as of yet, and is very, very close to being tied down and maybe sinking towards the depths at this point in time if they cannot pull something out soon. I just don't really want that to happen, because I think for all these teams, they should really be seeing it as a great opportunity for themselves, considering most of the time, if you do get towards the top rankings of Western Europe, you go to the European regionals. There you have 3 days most of the time to play against some of the best teams in the world of your region, right? However, those 3 days are really not used as a practice ground. It's just like, it's a mad dash for points. Here in a long-form tournament where you have some of the best teams in the world coming in, really upping the skill level of the entire lobby, this is fantastic news for you. You get so much time to essentially, in quotation marks, practice with these teams. And then by the time you go to the European regionals, you'll be much more ready for that caliber of skill, you know, that power level.
Speaking of mad dashes for points, though, GameLord have stumbled right now. They have not had the best of first days here. Their start to day 2 has not been ideal. This is the team that currently sits at the top of the PMGC points for this region. And they have not put up that sort of performance. They do have a buffer to play with, sure, but it will close, and it will close fast if they're going to keep going like this.
You can't see this as, you know, a safety net anymore, because with the speed at which some of these teams are catching up and the amount of points that are available here in all 3 phases, you've got to be really careful, considering, you know, MADBULLS is able to pick up a total of 300 points in that first week. You know, they could pick up even more coming into the finals as well. You know, if they keep on that steady pace, you know, they might catch up by the end of phase 3 if GameLord don't put up any more points from here on forward. So yeah, it's an odd one for me, John.
It is. It's very interesting to see how these dynamics will go. It would really be unfortunate to not see GameLord step up to the caliber that we know they have. Eastern Stars took a lot of punishment during their rotations in the last couple of minutes, down to 1 player now. Big, as we saw on the screen, did get completely flushed on out. Death Machine obviously lost in Picardo because it's Miramar.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't talk too much about Eastern Stars at the beginning, because it happens pretty much exactly how I expected it to. What minute are we on? This will be the real nail in the coffin for them.
Are we going to be about minute 11, minute 12?
Minute 11, minute 12?
Maybe 9.
I said minute 15 when they would be going down, so I think I'm a bit off the mark there, but regardless,
Minute 12.
Minute 12, so we're close by. Either way, it is just that case that they can make it somewhat far, but they are getting caught out on these rotations on Miramar quite frequently. And from the eastern side too, where, you know, most of these teams actually dropped over towards that west. So I think the fact that Eastern Stars is getting caught by less teams on the east side, that is a real big blunder that they will need to rectify going forward.
Spray down onto Showers. The buggy goes up in the air, but there's answer. Not in kind, however, as English only takes a little bit of damage on the top of the crossroads of Monte Nuevo. 2 teams now occupy. GameLord trying to push in from the east side as well as the circle centers onto it.
GameLord. Okay, maybe this is opportunity for them. That's stuck, bro. That's not getting out. You can try your best. You might have to nade that bad boy, but we'll see. MUERTE, so far today, really living up to some very good expectations that we set for them after the end of phase 2, where they looked a lot better, right? They looked a lot stronger as a team, and they had some really good moments within that tournament, where they shined, honestly. And phase 1, you know, day 1, you were like, MUERTE is just kind of non-existent today. Come day 2, it feels like they've picked themselves back up again, back in the race, which is nice to see. And I hope that kind of thing does continue, because another team that, it's so strange, we're seeing a lot of these teams that were towards the bottom of the ladders last season who really do feel like they have put in a lot of practice and a lot of work to get to where they are now in this season.
One player from the Unicorns takes a tumble. Icy. Supposedly the star player, star performer. Unicorns are loved, though. They've been fairly effective over these last couple of days. With the game in hand against current leaders, MADBULLS, they are the highest average scoring team in this lobby right now of phase 2. So keeping themselves up and going, all important here, especially with MADBULLS in the game as well.
Crypto stands up, 2. Can he find the other? Can do. Really good spray down there. They did run up to him in a line, but he sends them packing like a bowling ball through pins. Good stuff there. And he'll strike from behind the tree.
VIRTUS.PRO suffering underneath the spray of Icy, but he's going to get knocked again. Yankee gets that off angle. Eastern Stars eliminated in the meantime. And now the duo of Tulika and Yankee have something to do.
fact that Chulik is able to make it down there is incredible. Finally, Gonzo actually takes the shots, but he was moving somewhat rapid there. Great zigzags he was painting on the side of the actual mountain, so that was interesting to see. But yeah, Yankee, last player alive now, has to pull up some points there for the guys from VP Circle. Very, very hard shift off towards that western side, towards MUERTE, in fact, who are trying to take a residence just underneath Na'Vi, who have slipped in on that western side, just on the slow side of the circle there. We'll be moving into position very close to TJB, very close to MUERTE here, looking to take control from the high ground. You can see that on the right side of your screen.
Unicorns of Love moving in from the south now, with Icy having taken an unfortunate tumble there. The rest of the team will try and stand up, and actually, from their position, fairly decent sight lines. Very, very close now for all these teams.
2 predictions for MUERTE and 1 predict for MADBULLS. Looking to go for the back-to-back here. With 4 players up as well on this side of the circle. Again, you're really going for a coin flip here. And I think that if I was the 2 lads of Max and Jason, I would take my chances and try and predict someone on the eastern side of the road, because either way, if it goes to each side, it's going to be the eastern teams versus the western teams here. We're going to kind of have like a bit of a 20 versus 20 in the lobby in a second.
So you're going for another Ruthless prediction, right?
Could be. Could 100% be another Ruthless prediction. I think that with 3 players up, there's still a potential for them.
That's fair. That's fair.
Maybe even a Game Lord, honestly, if I'm really pushing the boat out. But I'm not predicting.
Well, they got one Illuminomtion, apparently. That's what I'm going to say. For this game so far. Illuminomtion. XTEAM.
Sorry, almost as good as Max when he says elimination.
Elimination.
Yeah,
I like it.
My favourite thing that Max.
It's quite poetic, though, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Let's see if he does it on this next segment. You can't hear us right now, by the way, guys, either. So you'll have to remain in on the secret. So don't tell him.
Right.
Don't tell him.
All right, guys. When the desk is on, everybody type Illuminomtion.
Illuminomtion.
The desk in the chat.
That's right. That's right. You got to do it.
They'll never know where it came from. They will be none the wiser. It'll be great.
He'll be absolutely livid after the show.
Yeah, that's right. He'll be fuming. He'll be mega fuming.
QODEX. QODEX taking some heavy punishment at the moment. They're kind of in an awkward spot right now. Game Lord playing Miramar how they have tried to play it multiple times now, which has worked out for them some of their ways, which is just trying to stay out of the action for as long as possible on this northeast side, and they'll kind of inject later on when circle's a bit smaller and they can decide exactly where they want to go. I don't want to provide too much information over towards their presence on this side of the circle either, purely because they know it's going to shift soon, and getting into a fight early on might be not very beneficial for them. Circle moves towards that western side, and now MUERTE really do have chokehold on the circle, but MADBULLS have both high ground and low ground to play around with, so there's still chance here.
Game Lord with Narvalo down, one of their star players. Certainly one of the heaviest hitting. QODEX going to roll up on it now as Victor is there as the backstop spraying down. QODEX have the complete surround, however, and it is just too much to deal with. Pushing up from all of those angles all at once, there's no way you survive. But I believe they did get an extra elimination point there on the eastern side. XTEAM, ARB, close quarters. ARB, they've been fighting close quarters since the start of this game. Can they keep it on going against XTEAM on the northeast side of this next circle?
Either way, no matter what happens here, Game Lord is just falling down without barely a fight there. And it's so many times where it's just an elimination off the back, just instantaneously, and that is what they crumble under the weight of. It doesn't matter who it is on the team, but one goes down, and then again, it's that panic that starts to set in, and I'm not sure what is really happening there. Arab champions, though, after their fight with Death Machine, at least they get 4 eliminations, which they're happy with. They're now pulling through. XTEAM looking to try and finish them off, but believe they're right on the northeast side of the circle at the moment, so just trying to edge their way in. MUERTE still with a strong spot. Here's RUTHLESS Esports battling out versus 4 Romanian men.
Focus, working well around the door frame right now, finding the wall, but the spray is better on the return. Fortunately, Salazar is there to pick up the pieces. Ruthless stay up at 3.
Not great news for Focus there. Luckily, there are shots coming over from the other side to keep Take Aim Gaming from manage to peek over the top side of this ridge where they will see Pokes on the other side of the wall. Does manage to just about squeeze himself in. I think Take Aim Gaming know they see it, but puts the nade away. Oh, what a chance. It's taken away from Mind. Sort of trusted his gut there, or his mind in this case.
Spray is good on towards Toffees as the roll-up not going to go well to start things off. Mind now with the nade this time around, he's going to trust himself, but will it find the mark? A little bit off the target there, unfortunately. And now has to fade away back into the blue, sprayed off across the way. A third party comes in and spoils the day. Take Aim Gaming go down as well.
Yes, it's a little too late there from Mind. They might just be able to get Pokers back up again, I'm unsure. This is kind of a slow bleed out for Wadea from Arrow Champions. XTEAM just trying to first aid their way back into this one. There's a Molotov on the stairs, which will prevent them from peeking any further upwards. Next circle very soon to hit as well. On top of MUERTE. Unfortunately for Mr. Kalaris, this is looking very much like a MUERTE win. However, because it has centered up so many times on top of them, there will be a lot of angry teams looking their way.
I think James was predicted MADBULLS, no? I think it was the double MUERTE prediction.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're good.
I said.
You're good.
It's fine. You're fine. Fortunately, you're fine. Wadea, maybe not so much. But actually, the bird is good. Gets the spray over onto Nightmare. Close range. This is one heavy hitting gun as well. If we can get that reload, first aid might be more in order, but bullets are priority. Andy and Zombie trapped downstairs. Going for this res. They want to stay up at 3. Zombie wants the push, wants the trade. Wadea around the door frame, takes a lot of damage, hits the drop shot, still a lot of bullets in the magazine, and Zombie can't get it done. Goes down, and now the stairwell is there for Wadea. XTEAM have lost a player, is the hop out, finds another, there's the backstab, and Wadea 1v3s. XTEAM fall, but the MUERTE put a stop to the chaos.
I mean, it may as well have been like 4 separate teams there, all just trying to take him down on top of the stairs. Not sure why they all went 1v1, or at least every one of them had singular confidence or overconfidence in this matter to try and deal with the fact that he was stuck at the top of the stairs each time. But yeah, I think XTEAM absolutely deserved to get taken out there. That was massive misplay. Again, it's just all 4 go up at the same time. If 2 of you gets knocked, it's fine. At least they're gone. And then you can focus on first aiding afterwards. I just very confused by this play. So MUERTE looking to lock down Na'Vi now. And MADBULLS slowly making their way over again. This is the case. So many teams, so many angles, and MUERTE will have to deal with it.
They are going to try and find the one. I think MUERTE have now taken a knock. MADBULLS losing effect, so they are on 3. So Wadea, look at this on the replay. Finds one, gets out of the blue zone before it ticks. Beg for Mercy goes down, and Andy's not ready for that spray. I mean, that was clean. That was a clean.
It was clean. Yeah. I still think that they opened up a massive amount of opportunity for him to be able to pull that off, though. It should have been simple. It should have been so simple. 6 to res. I like that. That's a man right there.
Certainly is. That's right. That's how that works. Meku bleeding out very, very fast. Na'Vi going to give up the ghost on that. MUERTE with the high ground still on 4 players. MADBULLS suffering to gravity this time around, it seems. Striker takes some damage. But MUERTE holds strong for now. Their fortress remains intact.
Yeah, well, there's so many players surrounding this at the moment. Huge amount of low ground that does separate a lot of these teams that are on the side. But TJB looking to put some hurting over towards Na'Vi. This is not very friendly.
As soon as one of these teams on the low ground gets eliminated as well, it makes the push for everyone else so much easier.
Well, you'd say that, but the thing is that you want multiple angles for MUERTE to deal with, so one of you can actually get up. I think that most likely wait until you can all get into this compound, deal with at least one of the knocks. I think that most of these teams just looking for a singular knock onto one of the MUERTE players so they can get underneath and start playing on the backside of these stairs, in the grills, in the metal pipes. You know, that's where you want to be. You want to be underneath the guard dogs of MUERTE and try and take it out later. That's the knock they were looking for onto Striker. This means they can start to move up. You see it happen here.
Tixi wants to take the first trade. Matic as well as there, but neither of them get knocked, and Striker is taken down in the midst of all that fray. Tixi spotted. Ingush is on the ball there. Kitsune not going to be able to res that too effectively until Ingush repositions, which he does. He repositions to be able to get this res. That AF now moving around because they got more than one team to worry about. This is what you were talking about. That pressure goes down on the forefront. Now MADBULLS with one player alive. Send away. Ulysses is there from Ruthless, and the chase is on. They want these flush points. They want these eliminations, and why not try and slurp it up while you can. TJB still on 4, and they might take this opportunity to move in, but seemingly they're right behind the queue on the MADBULLS.
Yeah, just skills remaining. Lin takes a massive hit there, but it is a singular avenue that TJB walk up, so skills can effectively just spray into this smoke and hopefully get a few knocks. TJB thinks the better of it as it runs back around the side. Goodness, this team is just so amusing to watch sometimes. Like, I don't think even they know what they're doing, so they're just one step ahead of everyone else inside the lobby.
RV have managed to bring MUERTE down to 2, and Striker being down means Ingush the last standing. They know where he is, and Tixi's up for the fight. He wants to try and make this one work. TJB still at 4, and Ingush falls. Na'Vi have dethroned MUERTE, and now it's TJB taking on Na'Vi. It's a 2 versus 4. We've seen this for the MADBULLS. Can Na'Vi replicate?
I think for Na'Vi right now, it's just a case of get as much meds on board as you can from the bodies of MUERTE. How difficult it's going to be for TJB to move up. They have to swing around this side, but all the while, Tixi's looking for more meds, so is Kitsune. At the same time, they have to be aware of this singular angle. Luckily for them, it is really only one approach, but it's a lot of different guns they'll be looking at in that moment. So they have to isolate that singular position where they can come through, so not all of them can be firing at the same time.
Tixi has no nades, and neither does Kitsune up the top. There's a Molotov and 2 smokes, but there's really no ordnance to put down. That would be curtains for TJB.
I still think that if TJB don't make that move, Xiao's making it now. But
Are they in this circle on the next?
they are, but again, I'm pretty sure that Na'Vi is going to be much more comfortable come the next circle.
Oh dear. Xiao allowed on up and actually gives up the high ground to confirm that.
Meds, please.
Yeah. Meds, any nades, please. Are TJB trapped now? Have they trapped themselves?
Yeah, they have essentially trapped themselves. They are still in the circle, but you're essentially hoping that Na'Vi goes down before you to the blue, but that's not happening. And in what world is Na'Vi going to get anywhere near to these nades or these Molotovs? They're not standing there.
Can they get up there in that little crevice?
Oh, no, they're stuck now.
Right.
Yeah, Na'Vi does have to get slightly closer. That's about it. I'm pretty sure Kitsune's tossing meds down from the top side.
Yeah, probably.
To see it.
They're not on full HP yet. Do you think they are going for the heal off? I mean,
They have no
beyond the
meds,
scope
bro.
of imagination. They can also post nades up the top, right? As if they draw Na'Vi in this way, if they have any nades left.
They've already posted loads. I don't think they have many on board, to be quite frank. There's one Molotov that gets sent down. Yeah, onto GK first. So we'll have to drop the bandages. I think one of these players must have meds. It's very, very hard to do a heal off here on Miramar because the circle just hits like a truck.
Na'Vi might just be able to get this one done by proxy. Sixy drops down and he's right on top of TJB's position, so no advantage. Is that a nade? There was a flash. Oh no, Tixi can't see. Whatever shall he do?
Anyway, I think the two things I should really talk about, because I mentioned it earlier, right, is that they needed a knock to move up, and then after they moved up, they get underneath the railings, and they chose directly not to take the fight with TJB because they knew they needed more angles for MUERTE to deal with. It's really smart. It works out well for Na'Vi, and they know exactly how to play this, and now they're all cornered in this one area. And so for Tixi, it's just a case of taking shots downwards, but they can't really see them right now. You wonder even if they just send Tixi down to do as much damage as possible, leave Kitsune up top. wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, they do that.
Sune, yeah, Tixie drops. He slides down. He still has high ground here. And the blue zone's just going to claim it. Okay, Na'Vi take the chicken dinner as TJB turn their tails and hide their eyes away from the fight. Na'Vi, to be fair, they took that fight uphill against MUERTE and did it really effectively on the timing with everybody else trying to summit that ridge. It went very, very well for them, and they close it down from the northwest side.
Yeah, it all comes off the back of that singular knock from Kitsune onto Striker, in which case they all run up at the same time. I think Matic got slightly caught out, unfortunately. I think he fell back down the side, but you know, they still make it happen. And then I think Tixie then becomes the key star player there, even after he's knocked, right? You know, Kitsune again takes the moment where he knows that one of the players will be going to res Striker. That moment is just, it's so big brain play from Na'Vi to get that happening again, and then they just take them out because they have to push off the side of the top of these like little banks that they've got, these little outposts, is so well done, and Tixie was extremely accurate versus a lot of the MUERTE players. Again, I don't know what goes through TJB's mind. I will continue to call them now the nonsensical team because they don't make sense to me, and yeah, that's about it. I think the Na'Vi played a really strong game there.
I think that's kind of fair, to be honest. Absolutely, Na'Vi did play that very, very well. TJB looked like they had a lot of pressure on them and potentially could have swept them out a little bit earlier, but they didn't. They didn't make that call. They didn't go for the fight. They chose to stay at the bottom of a hill where they knew they couldn't get up instead of going for the one chance they had to get up on go to the top.
Yeah,
they didn't take it. And instead, Na'Vi, they're going to be pretty happy because they get the chicken dinner.
Well, Na'Vi might be happy, but we're not very happy here on the desk. MUERTE,
Shut up, Kalaris. Shut up. They had the best position. The fact that they were also playing the top of the silos, right? Even the ridges were not safe. You've seen it. Na'Vi were struggling to enter. MADBULLS are struggling to enter that position, right? And then the way they push onto MADBULLS location, they lose 2 players along that push on MADBULLS, and then they just allow Na'Vi to backfill in that position. And Na'Vi know how strong that position actually is, so then they play extremely well, and then they closed off and getting themselves the win for pretty much free, as TJB literally had no chance of fighting back because they were just down that cliffside. So yeah, this should have been a MUERTE win, but it doesn't happen.
I mean, what I will give them, 8 eliminations to add to the tally yet again. Like, this team is picking up some massive elims every single match here so far. If I'm not mistaken, if I actually go look at their stats, they're on... Actually, no, I don't even see them on the list right now. I have to actually look on a different day because I'm clicking the wrong day. Anyways, doesn't matter. Fact is, they picked up 9, 9, and 8, so they've just absolutely floored everyone else out here. Also, Ruthless, to be fair, Clarus, you had them picked as a prior match. Not too bad of a result for them in terms of points.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I mean, considering they came in off the back of the last match, having only 3 players and then doing all right there as well. So definitely gathering steam, gathering momentum, as we used to know them as a team that was very proficient when it came to the desert, when it came to Miramar. So hopefully we see that continue because Phase 2 has been good to them.
26, by the way, sorry, just bounced back. 26 elims, the leader for MUERTE. But yeah, Ruthless coming in with 3, and then obviously doing decently well there. They've actually made a big turnaround. I mean, we talked about Na'Vi having a big step up from Phase 1 to Phase 2. I feel like Ruthless just kind of deserved that title as well. Not obviously getting any chicken dinners done, but they're definitely performing way better.
They had a good day yesterday, and I said I want to see it followed up in another potentially good day, maybe even tomorrow too, if they can try and keep it up. So hey, so far I am hyped with their kind of performances. I just want to see it happen more often, and if so, I mean, Ruthless are definitely on a good path to success to be on top when it comes to this Phase 2, but we're going to have a few replays. And man, Wadia, not only did he start fragging out earlier in Picado, but this man, later on in the highlights, we're going to see got himself a sick 1v3 clutch versus XTEAM, and he was on, what, like 10 HP, I think? Like, yeah, Wadia is still popping off for the team. It's always good to see.
Yeah, well, actually, I think we're going to watch that entire clip a little bit later on as well to get an idea of it. But to be honest, I mean, this was a scrappy game out of quite a few teams. You saw Ruthless there actually losing a couple players and picking it back up. We saw MADBULLS trying to push in, and I mean, they had a couple of good angles, but the positioning that we're talking about before here, Clarus, you can see is just too good out of MUERTE.
Yeah. I'm going to play devil's advocate for a moment because, yeah, you see MUERTE, you see them on top of these silos, and technically speaking, look at all of these little angles that they can actually play around, and it's kind of finicky about how exactly you take these angles and how you hold the top of these silos. I guess in a perfect world, we can say just stay on top of the silos and hold it down. But I do understand to a degree the player's mentality of, okay, but there is the potential that we have 3 angles of 4 players on each of those angles pushing up on us. So maybe we have to take a little bit of initiative here to try and maybe dislodge, say, for example, MADBULLS, who were timed to the south. It doesn't quite work out. So I can understand why they want to flex out of the position, even though it's a very strong position. We said it midway through that game. This is a castle that they have to hold. And sometimes, you know, when there are too many wolves knocking at the door, it can get a little bit stressful.
Can I play devil's advocate to your devil's advocate?
Yeah, go on.
So why couldn't they just prone on top of the silo and let the other teams fight it out?
You could.
They won't be in vision of them.
You could, but there is moments where it depends on when those teams are going to crest over the hills, right, on each side. So if for example, a Na'Vi decides suddenly to come across and then move up onto the walkways, onto the silos, there is cover on either side of some of those walkways, like barriers that don't allow those other teams to shoot them. So you've got a 2 or 3 second window when Na'Vi's transitioning up those walkways for then another team on the other side to actually shoot them. Otherwise, then they're on MUERTE's doorstep, and then it becomes problematic.
Yeah. I think that's why it was actually a really good idea from MUERTE to try and push out MADBULLS' location, because if you have 2 players on the top of those silos and 2 players on the southern, western ridge, then you got full coverage of that high ground plateau. It's impossible for Na'Vi to contest it, impossible for any other team to contest it. I just think that on that specific push on MADBULLS, it was a little bit too far. They put himself too much in danger and allowed MADBULLS to get a few eliminations. And then because you lose players, then Na'Vi are pushing in. And Tixi, I believe in Tixi's supremacy here. He did so good on that push and allowed Na'Vi to take full control of the plateau.
That being said, though, Jason, do I think that your option might have probably paid bigger dividends for them? Maybe, yes. But I mean, that's Captain Hindsight, right? We can't, just say that in that moment. They're trying to figure out, how to solve the puzzle from where they are, despite being center of this circle and in an amazing position. But they felt like they had to deal with the threats earlier than let them come to them.
Well, Claris, I am also waiting for a special moment here for you.
Woo!
There we go, Fike. 1,146 damage coming through, 6 eliminations. I mean, again, like MUERTE just picking up so many elims so far in this day. As I mentioned before, pretty much being like Pioneer. I mean, I guess a little bit more standing out than they are currently, at least when it came to our last match. But either way, MUERTE off to a good start here in Phase 2. But let's take a look, though, at the total damage. Get an idea of how much damage the other teams did do here in this last match. And I mean, yeah, you expect MUERTE to be quite high up there. But to be fair to TJB, considering how that match ended, they actually got a lot of damage done that I didn't realize.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to clear all of the more eastern side before they were going for the downside of the cliff. I understand what TJB were trying to do. They knew they were not aiming for chicken dinner, regardless of how things were going to work out. All they wanted to do is clear all of the teams over to east. So that was MADBULLS. There was also some teams up north, like I believe QODEX was in that position too. There were some players of RUTHLESS, Unicorns of Love. You want to clear all of the east to make sure you get second place. They were not aiming for a win whatsoever. That was their game plan. So that's why they got such high damage, just to clear that space in the first place. And also, very importantly, right, Kalaris, they denied 3 eliminations away from Na'Vi. Those 3 eliminations, that's a decent amount of points that might have helped Na'Vi get a few extra placement points later on down the line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, obviously well done by TJB in the end to at least place relatively high. Again, a team that we've seen be extremely quiet. But we're going to take a quick look at the clutch they pulls off here against XTEAM. It's actually a 1v4 if I'm not mistaken, because he takes Nightmare down initially.
Yeah, I didn't even see the Nightmare elimination at the very start there. And then he just solo jumps down, and Andy doesn't even have time to react. Instantly goes into the body shot, double body shot, and MUERTE sure does get knocked away, but the fact that he's out on a slither of HP is absolutely mental. And yeah, he was playing around those corners really well, and that third-person perspective really helping out that you can like assess the situation as a whole. So good on MUERTE to pop off there.
Well, it was Old Boy yesterday, now it's MUERTE today. Well done by him, but in the meantime, we got to head to our commentaries because the next match of the day is ready to go. So take it away, John Allen and Blink.
We've got another Sanhok. We're going straight on in. You've been blinded by the lights in front of you. It's not entirely sure, but you're looking fairly angelic. I think it was all that devil's advocating over on the desk, so you had to come back.
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah.
100%. I'm going to need to get some more lights in here in a second just to really balance things out, apparently, because it's getting quite dark here in England at the moment. But yeah, honestly, the guys on the desk, the praise were dear. I still stick by my guns, though, John. I do think as amateur play from XTEAM, sadly.
Yeah.
I've been pleased with XTEAM so far. I like what they've been doing, but yeah, I wasn't impressed with that. That did not impress me at all. So many cool things that happened in the last game, but we're heading over to Sanhok next. So back to the jungle.
Ooh.
Anything can happen over there. Who knows?
Is there such a jungle boots a thing? Is that a thing?
Sorry?
Are jungle boots a thing?
Yeah, I reckon.
All right, well, let's get our jungle boots on then.
They'll be like kind of waterproof.
Yeah.
Very good traction on them as well, I'd imagine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you think
Could also just not go to the jungle.
that's probably, for me, that's the better option? I'm not,
Yeah.
I don't think I would do well in the jungle. There's too many things that could crawl up my trousers.
Bugs hate me. Well, actually, they love me. I used to get bitten all over, so I wouldn't last 2 seconds in the jungle whatsoever. I'd end up like the team of XTEAM, just riddled with bites from bullets. And in this case, it would be bullet ants. But we are heading over to Sanhok now, getting a quick overview of the terrain in front of us, and we'll get the playing path very shortly as well, John. QODEX for many men, big, as well as VIRTUS.PRO not in this game. So Camp Alpha is free. We'll see if any team tries to pick up on that. I imagine MADBULLS might even drop out early towards Camp Alpha. It wouldn't be a bad thing for them to go for. So we'll see if that happens here. 86 points by Na'Vi, still at 91 at that last chicken dinner, able to pull ahead a lot of these other teams. And Unicorns of Love still sitting pretty there in 3rd place, which is nice to see. But the big surpriser is still that Ruthless Esports, 78 points with 6 games. So they get to tie up with Na'Vi as well as MADBULLS with their 7th match played here.
Teams starting to find their locations. This is a different split from Na'Vi. The initial is my initial reaction with no big. Teams generally spreading out fairly normally otherwise. As the Eastern shift comes through on the circle, so Na'Vi will have to leave.
We'll have to get out of dodge. MADBULLS remain on Paradise Resort. This actually does work out well for them. I think this is more of a case they might want to drop over to Camp Alpha if you get the playing path coming from the other direction. TJB this time over towards Camp Bravo. They're just one step ahead of the game, man. Every step of the way. They got different drop spots for every day of the week, every single different map. If you get a map that's happening twice a day, you got 2 different drops on that one as well. I don't think anyone can keep up with them, which is why they are being the big surprise card in the game at the moment. I think a lot of people can't quite figure out what's going on. Death Machine rather split at the moment. I think TJB is converging on one of their players, and this is the team that actually gave them huge amount of problems early on in the game. I think Hamodi even dropping over towards that compound was specifically designed to spot one of the TJB players that took that long split on the line down towards Quarry. And now he's left with no one there, and his singular teammate now happy all on his lonesome versus 3 players of TJB. 4.
They all rock on up. They do not want to take chances here. Shout takes one though, and does end up paying off. Gets the knock, gets the flush, Death Machine down a player.
Yeah, I still can't take away from the fact that TJB did get a 2nd place last game, which is quite funny to me overall.
I didn't like it though. I didn't like
I didn't like it either. I think that's the thing, but all things considered, they are getting elimination points. They're getting far into the game. And sometimes they slip on something, but they're certainly sprinting at the moment, which is why the slip-up seems so bad. But yeah, 9th place, 60 points. Tied. And that's between SHOCKWAVE, PIONER, VIRTUS.PRO, TJB. That's 61, 61, 60, 60. There's not a lot of difference between 6th and 9th place at the moment.
Certainly isn't. I mean, TJB though, they just seem fairly chaotic, right, in general. Seems to be their vibe right now, but as Littlefinger said, chaos is a ladder.
That is good.
If you're trying to, it's good if you're trying to ladder up. It helps, right, to have a ladder
in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
Who knows? Who knows what TJB is using? We could suggest they use a ladder to rank up, but they might come along with some rope. And I'd be fine with it as long as they're approaching the top side of the leaderboards that way, because it's a team that I find fun to watch, if not completely confusing.
What about a rope ladder?
A rope ladder also would be very TJB-like. Again, it's just a case, it's a team that I don't quite understand. And I don't think that means that I get to not like them as a team. I just don't really understand a lot of the tactics that they go for. Sometimes they feel like very passive teams. Sometimes they feel like an aggressive team. I just don't know. And the weird thing is that that's not from match to match. That's like during the match, they'll change.
Yeah, it's not like it's their drop spot and the circle and that sort of combination. It's like, okay, we're going to play passive this game. You're right. It does sort of feel just like they take it in turns IGLing. They swap every 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So where do you want to go, Lynn? I think over here. All right, your turn's over now. We were only halfway through your rotation, but now it's Stink Scare's time.
And Xiao's just at the back like, I'm going to take them all the way back to the edge after this.
Exactly. Rubbing his hands in preparation for that move. MADBULLS though over towards Paradise Resort, still just sitting pretty over there. I think it's the first time in quite a few Sanhoks that they haven't had to make any too drastic movements early. So again, just information gathering for themselves. Pioneer coming out from boot camp, Arab champions no longer really wanting to challenge that out at all, down towards docks at the moment. With 4 Romanian men not in the game, fairly consistent position to play in. I do like this. It's a lot more times now we're coming into phase 2 where teams are properly preparing their drop spots the day before, it feels like, where they know which certain groups are not playing and which drop spots are now free, which is why sometimes you do see some hot drops here on Sanhok. Just because it's such a much smaller map, there's much more opportunity that 2 teams, or 4 of the new teams coming in from the group will choose the same location from one of the teams that didn't play in the previous, from the previous group. So it is interesting to look at. I think Sanhok has become a little bit more, volatile because of that reasoning. Again, though, we do have a few teams that are favored here on Sanhok. MUERTE's been doing pretty well. Unicorns of Love are really our top dogs over here in Sanhok. So I'll quickly check in their play over on that northern side towards Tap Mock. So quite dangerously close at the moment to the guys from MADBULLS. We can see them when you screen at the moment, looking down towards Death Machine. So that's over towards Mong Nai. Don't really have their eyes set out towards Paradise Resort as of yet.
XTEAM and Team Doom. Over on the south side of the island, near the cave, on this crossing. Team Doom holding the eastern shore. XTEAM trying to move through it, but struggling. Although both teams are taking a little bit of damage. The northern shore equally hotly contested, as you can see on your screen. Game Lord and Eastern Stars yet to spot one another, but finally, Rops gets the drop on Athis. And that's a fall. I don't think you're getting that back up either. Kashi gets the flush.
So Athis down there, so your big flank is out of the way. So now Eastern Stars drop down to very much a crunched up team. Quite obvious where they're coming from. They might have to switch up some of their moves to stay on the ball there, to keep Game Lord on their toes, who've set up a really nice lineup alongside of Hutton, expecting this Eastern Stars push over towards the Eastern Bridge. Death Machine looking over towards Unicorns of Love right now. It's Hamodi after they lost R-Happy early on towards TJB. I think 3 of their players are here, and Crypto's moved up very close.
He's in that tower. I wonder if Death Machine know. I feel like they should have heard the footsteps of him getting in there, right?
Yeah, I think they've got a good idea of where he's playing at. Though no nade's been sent over is a little bit odd. If they can get this nade onto Hamodi, it'd be fantastic, but you'd imagine he'd move.
It doesn't quite get through the window. Yeah. I don't think that angle's possible. But they will start to put those nades in the shack. I mean, that's got to be a dead Crypto, right? No, he hops out, gets back, puts another nade in, gets a bit of suppression, running for the tree, doesn't even have the angle. Hamodi doesn't spot Crypto.
It's a good nade that he tosses as well, just another one to keep Hamodi at bay, just in case it does hit him through the window there. Kapahala also goes down, so That's now Eastern Stars down to just 2 players. That was on a swim across. This feels like very much turtling warfare here between both these teams. Neither really wants to make the first move. It's unfortunate Crypto wasn't able to get that initial knock, because you know that if that did happen, the rest of Unicorns Love would have come stampeding down this hillside to help out.
Looking across the map as well as this fight gets disengaged from. I'm seeing MUERTE and Take Aim Gaming. They were going for a fight. Take Aim Gaming went down south instead of moving out east, which they have done once or twice when it's gone to the mainland. They haven't held that trifecta compound, but I think that normal move has had an impact on what Na'Vi is doing, right? They haven't yet gone across. They normally were quite fast before Take Aim Gaming started to move east, but now it looks like they're a little bit more reserved.
Yeah, well, I think this is because they took a lot of time to loot up on this northwestern side. I think you are right. A lot of times Take Aim Gaming has picked up the confluence compounds for themselves, and I think that's maybe what Na'Vi's a bit cautious about there. What they don't know is they've actually moved down towards that south side to give the guys from MUERTE a bit of trouble. And Unicorns of Love just taking the fight to Death Machine now, though they don't really want to make any more hesitation happen. Just want to get it over and done with.
3 players from Death Machine. Stacking it up close to the Unicorns, northeast side. The Unicorns have sent down the hill into the compound. They're still not quite fully pulling the trigger, and unfortunately for them, Icy gets spotted out in the open on the cross. Can't be doing that in these compounds. So much open ground and so many angles you can get peeked from. A very, very dangerous cross with no cover. And the Unicorns pay the price. Now, 3 players left. What can they do here on Sanhok? One of our strongest teams on this map. Nessa pops a Molotov through the window, breaks out wide. Crypto, not with a gun in hand. This time around, though, he finds it. Absolutely nails the spray. Rolkis looks for more. Suppresses the window, and Amodi has to back it up just a little bit. Can't quite go for the cross either, and it's a bleed out on the other side for Nessa.
Still just looking for some more shots over towards Unicorns of Love, but they've got all these angles locked down. Unfortunately, Icy out. They're really star players as well, so sad to lose them so early on. Crypto, though, goes in, doesn't even take a scratch there from the players from Death Machine. They go down with 1 elimination onto Unicorns of Love themselves.
GB coming in. Maybe a third party here. They would have heard all this gunfire. They'll know there's a team here. They should know that there's a wipe just gone through. They'll see these smokes start to fade. And they have the inside track blank.
Do have the inside track, and Rolkis dangerously circling on the outside. Crypto spotted. That is very lucky that he's able to get out of that one.
Tingska should have been able to land that really quite effectively, but look at the circle position that TJB are trying to take. Rolkis sends out to the back, maybe for an off angle. In the meantime, Na'Vi have actually swam. We haven't really seen them do this before, and they're now taking the fight with Game Lord. Over the top of this ridgeline, Matic sprays towards them. 2 knocks already went through, I believe. And Game Lord now struggling to get back to full fighting force, and it's really going to be made all the harder by these knocks continuing to pour through. Rops low, needs to heal up behind the rock, and the back line is isolated from the front, leaving Game Lord certainly at 2, with more still to come potentially. Meku pushes forward, spots the player in the grass, but not quite in time. Rops backs it up after taking the knock. Victor trying to play that pairs fire maneuver, the fire and move, the trade-off. You need to be that forward position. The teammate covers it off whilst you move back, but Na'Vi slow their assault as Narvalo gets flushed.
Yeah, could just bring Meku back into the fold here. 4v2, much easier. They don't really have to continue this fight too quickly, knowing that Game Lord, if they do have to send away, they have to send away into open ground. This MADBULLS who's holding this area. Robs goes very low. Can't really afford to go for any kinds of first aid kit and just sends his teammate away.
Matic hasn't spotted Robs just yet. The foliage giving cover right now. Sees him, finally. Just a little sliver, and that's all it's going to take. 1 player now for Game Lord.
Tries to cross the road, but Meku hot on his tail. The pursuit is on. He's moving right up towards the tree line that MADBULLS is currently holding with just 2 players. Shockwave still down towards Barnes compound on the western side. Works out well for them. We don't have to move too much, but it looks like Na'Vi are instead looking to take a much better approach into the circle, maybe down towards that south side, or just regroup and try and find some more information before they move into uncharted territories, but already laying the Lords low there for Game Lord themselves. A bit unfortunate. Again, Game Lord just really aren't having the best couple of days so far.
Really not going their way, and I mean, what can you do? They are slowing down on their point scoring total. I think it was Eastern Stars, right, who was second place to them by about 130 points or something on the PMGC qualification spot right at the top. So they do still have a buffer to play with, and Eastern Stars also haven't been having the best of times in this second phase. So maybe a little bit of respite for them, but there are teams that will be absolutely keen to be getting right back into this one, least of all MADBULLS, right? They have been absolutely out their minds. 306 on phase 1, 86 so far on this second phase. And with the Sanhok circle still having Paradise Resort in it, their drop spot is there. Could be setting up for another good game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for MADBULLS, we haven't talked about too much about them so far. We gave them so much love in that first phase that hasn't been massively necessary. We're kind of waiting for other teams to step up and really put their first foot forward into phase 2, which has worked out well. We've seen a lot of good teams that we know can perform well come into this one, but maybe not the ones that we may have expected to be so far up towards the top of the leaderboards. Again, though, MADBULLS still reigning fairly supreme here as just one of our, they're just a steady on team, man. That's all they do.
Absolutely. Just want to keep it on going. If on this game, Blank, they can get 14 points, they will have managed to get 100 points in 2 days, which is on track with their first phase performance where they absolutely dominated. But the interesting thing for me is that Na'Vi are on 91 points. If they get a 9-point game, they're going to be on track with MADBULLS phase 1 performance as well. It's really, really all to play for here. Unicorns of Love, similarly, 2 games left to play, 81 points, so they're going to need, what is that, 19 points over the next 2 games to draw even. There's a lot more teams in contention this week, it feels.
Absolutely. It's good to see it. I think it will be a real backroom bar brawl coming into phase 3. Unicorns of Love, though, still on north side. The MADBULLS taking down one more player of Eastern Stars there. I think it's just Keme remaining. Very hard east shift on the circle over towards Ruthless Esports. Shockwave once again. Get the circle. They do really like it here on Sanhok. And they keep it very close to him.
Look at that Sanhok stats. 7 average eliminations for the MADBULLS. 21 minutes. Average survival. Fairly effective. But I think they're just fairly effective in general. Might not be Sanhok specific. As they move their way out of Paradise Resort, finally being forced out of their ground. Shockwave close to Nexus.
We'll have got a lot of information gathering done, though, from the high ground on the routes in Paradise Resort. Moving across these rocky outposts as well, there's still a little bit more high ground to play around with for MADBULLS until they do have to make their full exit. What they will have to worry about, though, is Na'Vi.
On the south side of Paradise Resort, PIONER pepper in the shots, finding a knock over towards a Nexus player, getting a flush as well. Bringing Nexus down to 3, close quarters to Shockwave, who at the moment are guarding out both teams.
It's the first knock onto MADBULLS, and goodness me, they get another. Shockwave predicts all around.
Reasonable. I mean, that south compound, really, really strong. The teams that have to leave Paradise Resort are all going to have to fight off against one another. If they can hold on this south side, I feel like, yeah, it's a very, very solid prediction for Shockwave to be able to take this one home.
I mean, I'm not all that convinced as of yet for Shockwave, just because I think that they're so far towards the edge of the circle. Yes, they have high ground, but if it moves away from them, you are having this unfortunate effect of the Shockwave team that they just don't move fast enough into these circles and just take too much time to get things done. I think they're very good when it's a case of teams have to come to them, but when they have to make the first move, I don't always think that they're the best at it, right? I think that's something they will have to improve on in the future.
I mean, it was in their first Sanhok, right? We're against the Unicorns in that final moments with Pioneer just up the hill. They didn't take that initiative, so hopefully this Sanhok will be different. As the moments start to close, MADBULLS getting eliminated. Na'Vi stay up with 4. On the northwestern side as well, moving a little bit further south. They have got a road right ahead of them. And actually, Game Lord have spotted them, but they're still going. They're still trucking.
Yeah, so that's the next circle as well, heading down towards Shockwave.
Okay.
So they don't have to move, which is a very big boon for them. So it's all these other teams that will have to head towards their side. NEXUS and Team Doom are behind Shockwave, but I assume that they'll know about this and will be trying to hold them out for as long as possible. But with most teams having to move from that north side, awkward. Victor, I think, takes another victim away from Na'Vi. Can't quite finish him off right now.
What is going on? Victor around the tree. They can't hear him. Tixie goes down as well. Victor, what is going on there? Finally, Pioneer curtail that, but Na'Vi just lost 3 players to Victor alone out in the blue. And now Kitsune is under pressure from TJB on the north side, and it's all crumbling for Na'Vi off what looks like a good game.
Huge spoil there from Victor. All in his lonesome. You just want to see him do that, but with teammates on board. 7 limbs, though, not too bad for Na'Vi. They'll be coming away from this game with some points at least, and there's 8 total. MUERTE also out now, not able to get all the meds they were wanting to in that position. With Esports, 4 players still up. They've been really consistent into the late games of most of our matches today, John.
Trying something new, it seems. Pioneer just managed to slip under the crosshairs of Aza. Now they can start to push up with the blue zone ticking hard now. Now going to have to ascend as quickly as they possibly can. TJB still 4 players alive, Blank. They've moved on from the days of old where they would just heal out in the blue for years. And now they want to take the fight, but they're 1 for 1 right now on the trade. Unicorns of Love, unfortunately, though, only have the 2 players to play with, which makes them a whole lot more vulnerable there. And they both go down. Smokes start to bloom around Tingska for the rest.
Yeah, it's so funny, considering they were shunted out of Sami and were forced to play for a chicken dinner. They got a taste of it and they were like, actually tastes really good. We want to keep playing like this, actually. It's quite fun.
Dorrent spots Black White on the hillside. We'll be able to get this flush. Pioneer down to 1 on the west side. Shockwave still controlling the high ground, but Team Doom and Ruthless are pretty close by.
And again, Shockwave just haven't moved out all that much. They've not created that much of a presence. Linders go down, but GK first coming in hot and fast.
It's going to, unfortunately, be tempered just a little bit. Teammates are there, though, for the backup. And now, Xiao can start to res. NEXUS trying to hold on this ridgeline. Against Shockwave and against TJB now. That nade looks good. It's right on the money. Both of them go. That was a re-knock there, Blank. So they aren't going to be fully flushed out by the nade, but Doran has the UMP in hand. And this time around, they both will fall. TJB drawn short here, certainly on the straws.
Yeah, a little bit of that TJB tunnel vision. Just want to head into that fight and feel like it's over and done with. If they'd waited back here for the next circle, things could have gone their way quite easily. Terminus, on the other hand, Shockwave is slowly but surely bleeding out. And now Ruthless Esports might just be on for a chicken dinner here. Team Doom do get taken down all at once.
Goodness me. And then now, you're right, the circle shifts out all the way north and Ruthless can start to take control. What can Terminus and Aza do from this position? What can the Nexus players do?
Again, I do think this is another case of Shockwave just not taking the time to build up enough territory. Basically just send some barking out from the doors, right? That's all you need. Just a couple of bullets, send people back, keep them out in the blue for longer than they might want to. And now it's all gone wrong for the Shockwave players. Aza steps out a little bit too far. Ooh. But this is good from Ruthless Esports. They're pushing out. They're pushing towards this position. However, it's come back badly their way. Two knocks.
and Aza find a knock apiece, and they take those trades effectively. Now it's a 2v2v2, and it's just Ulysses left for Ruthless Esports. All of a sudden, it's coming crumbling down. It looks so good, it looks so hopeful, but there's a broadside. Can Ulysses make this happen from the rock? They hit the deck, there is a nade, just the one. Can it work? Can they find it? Going long, maybe a little bit too far, but it's on the money for Aza. Terminus goes down as well, and there's a good little shutdown coming in from Ulysses, but now it's all 1 versus 1 as NEXUS have the res.
No nades on board. Doran goes to the nade here, or the res, sorry, and it looks like Ulysses is going to quickly go for a quick stim. Just looks over towards the position of these two players. Now, with this circle on his side is a 1v2. Smokes up towards the top side. Maybe try and fake some of these players out. Last known location of Shockwave was that way, and it was the way that NEXUS were fighting into. So that might have just been quite the good fake from Ulysses. Still just trying to spot over towards these players of NEXUS. Again, this has to be quick. It has to be efficient. Level 3 vest on Doran, though. The blue will push him. That was speedy, but they know.
Ulysses looks for the first challenge against Doran. He has to push out into the blue to go for it, but there's a nade in hand, there's a DBS, and it's all just a little bit too much. NEXUS take it down as Ruthless fall. NEXUS Gaming with the chicken dinner on Sanhok.
Not the chicken dinner we expected whatsoever. Ruthless Esports taking that with 19 points. Again, it's a tale of two cats there, right? You have the cat that sits around all day lazing, and then you got the cat that goes out and is a bit too aggressive. You never see him again. So I think that's, you got Shockwave and Ruthless Esports a piece there. Again, Shockwave, I know all the guys predicted him, but I think it was the right spot to predict, but just off the back of who they are and how they play, which is just extremely passive, and just if you get them into a position where the circle keeps coming their way, they are just more and more encouraged to just sit around the compounds and do absolutely nothing. I don't think that they were aggressive enough around that compound to warrant holding on to it for that long, especially when they let two teams crawl up there. Again, it's just a case of a few shots outside to keep them outside in the blue, and then on the other hand, you got Ruthless Esports who pushes into unknown waters and it doesn't expect to get sideswiped in that circle where, you know, Sanhok always has those snakes. So either way, very unfortunate. I think NEXUS does a really good job to weather the storm, so congrats, well done. You get yourself a chicken dinner and some good points there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then not to mention that Victor backstab onto Na'Vi, completely proving your point about the snakes always present on Sanhok. But we've got one more map for the day. Let's set it up with the desk.
To be fair to our predictions, I just wanted to mime that one because that's how our picks went. It's very difficult to choose when the zones shift that hard on you, especially on Sanhok. It very well could have went north and went over to TJB. It could have went east and went over, I think that was NEXUS. It could have went so many different ways. It's really hard. Maybe we should delay that pick to like 23 minutes in. Well, and then we for sure are going to get better.
Until phase 8. Yeah, just
okay.
Eight vote.
It's a decent pick, boys, until we have so many teams in the south, all right? And kind of that mishmash of everything going on down there really hurts. I expected fully Ruthless to win this game. I turned away. I picked up a biscuit. I took a bite of the biscuit. Before the bite of the biscuit, there was 4 alive, and then 3 were knocked after the bite of the biscuit. I don't know what happened. I didn't see it. All right.
Really invested in this biscuit, actually, now that you mentioned it.
It's a
we'll
really
talk about that
good
later.
biscuit. All right. It was better than Ruthless's performance at that very last moment. When 3 of them got knocked
It's got buttery
during that
base.
moment. It was a great biscuit. Anyway, that's my end of my story.
Well, Ruthless gets second, 19 points. Shockwave third with 16. TJP, I mean, again, they've been showing up a little bit more. They got second on Miramar before this. Now they get in the 4th overall when it comes to this match. So not too bad. A little bit of a step up. But again, it is Sanhok. Very difficult.
I feel like TJP didn't step up by their own will. I think it's kind of the 2 Sanhoks we saw them play today. there's a hot drop happening on them that they did not expect. And luckily enough, well, no, I shouldn't say luckily enough, because they do fight for it, but they do win the fight early game, right? So they got himself 4 eliminations very early on in the game. They did it on the previous Sanhok, they do it on this Sanhok here too. So it's not really expected, but at least they do make it a few extra points here and there. And yeah, we're seeing Eastern Stars a lot on the bottom of these pages here in these in phase 2 matches, which is very unfortunate. Game Lord 2, they got themselves a few extra points. They did eliminate most of the players of Na'Vi there. Snakes are going to be a bit of an issue, so not too surprised. But man, we were looking at that race to PMGC earlier, and actually, Kalaris and Jason, we were seeing actually that we saw that they're actually closing up on Eastern Stars. Ruthless could get in second place right behind Game Lord for the race to PMGC, so that gap is closing, and Eastern Stars got to be careful. Their second place position could fall off soon.
That's a good point, because we did mention, like, MADBULLS, there is a world where they could qualify based off points, but they have to get, like, 300-point phases every single time. And they haven't really put up the performance they would have needed to catch up. So it's actually a really good idea that you brought our attention back to that, because Ruthless obviously would be licking their chops to somehow get into PMGC through this way.
No, absolutely. It would be for Eastern Stars right now and Game Lord up towards the top. It's like dunking a rich tea biscuit into a cup of tea, right? Gets a bit soggy and maybe falls away, stuff like that. Ruthless right now here in phase 2. They're like a hobnob. You know, you dip them, you dunk them, they keep wanting to be dunked in that tea. And, you know, they're performing pretty well. Any more biscuit analogies?
See, you're saying biscuit. To me, that's like something you eat with like
That's
a
how
bread
the cookie
roll.
crumbles, yeah.
Yeah.
Americans are weird, though, when it comes to biscuits. It's strange.
By the way, the nades we had in this match were actually, like, fantastic, because, you know, that's a good transition. We had a couple, like, thrown, I can't remember who the player was off the top of my head, but, like, some really good nades thrown, like, timed perfectly over some rocks to, like, catch 2 players out. It was actually really cool to see.
Yeah, it was actually Dorian. And actually, I really liked how Nexus played it, because when you saw, and that's why we went for the prediction of Shockwave in the first place, you have ban area that is very low. I'm enjoying that.
Yeah. It's not he's enjoying it. It looks like he's in deep thought, like, why did I choose to eat this? Why did I buy this brand?
Oh, yeah, so, yeah. You have all that ban area that's very low ground then, and Shockwave in that position, that's where we went for the prediction of Shockwave, because they have the high ground, all the information, they can easily gatekeep teams away. What I like that came out from Nexus, actually, is they just, instead of thinking, oh, we're going to go for the push or something, we're just going to hold on to the ridge and just remain there until all the teams lose players, the numbers dwindle, and then we're going to start asserting our dominance, which is what they did. So yeah, they just waited it out, and it worked out. And as you said, a few good nades from Dorian allowed them to clear that space. So Nexus definitely were able to play the long game there.
Okay, let's take a look at Nexus player stats, actually, an idea of who was really standing out for them on the individual sense. We mentioned Dorian with the nades, you can see here.
That was
that's just to the biscuit.
That was
1,073 damage for Torn.
What is this disparity?
He did all the damage.
Oh, wow. He's the chocolate digestive Nexus gaming. Unbelievable.
That's the group work when you're doing a group project and you have one guy doing all the work and the others are like, oh, we were here, we helped at the end. Well, pretty much it.
Max, you're very familiar with that, I know.
Yeah. I was the redox of the group, you know? That's what I was doing.
Oh, okay.
I imagine you were the Dorn of the group, let's be honest, Max. You're like, no, I can't get a bad grade.
Weirdly enough, in English class, yeah, that would always be the case. And they're like, oh, you do the thing. Like, okay. In math,
in math class, you did negative 373 damage.
Yes, I mean, I did get negative marks, as you know already. That's my lifelong story. So yeah, that did happen. That is law, official law. Yeah.
What is this segment?
I don't know. I mean, it's Sanhok, right? And it's very hard to break things down sometimes when it comes to that map in particular. I guess we can, again, maybe talk about some adaptations with people coming out, people coming in. We got to see, obviously, the Northwest Island change quite a bit here. No big there to contest. A lot of freedom for teams. But again, the zone shifting away. Teams, I guess, immediately moved out of that position.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you have big not there, it allows Na'Vi to just have so much more room about that Northwest Island. As you say, because they don't get the circle going up there, they have to move on to mainland, which causes some problems transitioning between these compounds, between this kind of foliage, etc., and things like that. So not much can be, I guess, converted in a game like that for them, even though they get a lot of room at the beginning.
I want to talk about Ruthless, actually, because there was a chance they were potentially going to get that win until the moment where they just got, like, Thanos snapped almost at the end, unfortunately. The biscuit bite was too much for them to bear. But since they actually had Manu play recently for the team and they subbed him in, he's actually, I have the impression, had a good impact on the team. Maybe it's just, like, the moral stand of the team and, like, how he's just helping communications, etc. It just makes me want to scream his name in a very deep voice for some way. So, yeah, Manu is definitely doing some great work here.
He's doing well.
So I was actually also want to talk about TJB a little bit because we see them switch up their locations when it comes to Sanhok quite a few times, and we've mentioned this before. But the reason I bring it up is because Sanhok was like their best map in terms of like point earnings when it came to last season because they would heal off in the blue. I wonder if these change in locations is due to maybe the change in the roster. I don't know if you have any thoughts about that, Max.
I don't know. I think they're just trying to find a new way around, because clearly we saw in the first few days of Phase 1 where they were trying to go for the heal strat, still trying to drop in Same, but unfortunately there was the MUERTE, so it didn't work out. I think they're just trying to play fully in the changes of groups and trying to go where teams are not. For example, Eastern Stars were not there on the first Sanhok game, so they went over to Hatim position. Here they went towards another position, but there was another team there. It's clearly they're trying to adapt to the lobby changes, but yeah, it's not working out so far. Luckily enough, they have been able to win those first fights, but it's not a great long-term option, if I might say.
I mean, to be fair, the Camp Bravo split that they did this game, I like it, considering, you know, some of the rosters that are not in this particular game. I think it works out quite nicely, but and also considering the circle, it works out quite nicely as well. But I just, yeah, for them, their Sanhok plan, I don't know if you can pivot from such an aggressive healing strat to then just playing this out normally and just kind of hoping that the circles come your way. I mean, the circles kind of did come their way in the end. I mean, they had a decent compound, the circles go south of them, and then they have to make the transitions, but it's like, you know, it's Sanhok, it's difficult to make these transitions work.
I wonder if maybe this is like a preemptive move out of them, because remember at PMWI, for the After Party Showdown, we changed the blue zone settings, so you can't really heal off past the 5th. So maybe they're like, okay, we can't really depend on this strategy for the long term. Who knows? But you guys at home, we want to see how you're watching PMPL here. You can tweet to us the hashtag PMPL WEU and let us know exactly how you guys are showing your support for the show. We can't send ours because, well, for Claris, you probably just see stacks and stacks of biscuits all around him. But let's head over to our commentators, though, because we're going to head to our 5th match of the day. Quickly, before he eats it again, he's doing it. It's gone.
Get that man a cup of tea, because that is an undunked bicky. That's a travesty, honestly. We expect better from a Yorkshireman, you know?
I just hear like a little bit of giggling from the analyst guys if they disappear. Yeah, it's amazing. Love that so much. Honestly, I'm really hungry now because of those biscuits.
I am so hungry, unbelievable.
Yeah, so I'm just waiting for the next game because I want to see someone get a chicken dinner so I can at least satisfy my hunger vicariously through one of these teams winning a game, which would be kind of nice. 15 points at the top there would be beautiful. But we are heading over towards Erangel, which will finish out our day. I don't know why. It might do. Who knows? It might be another game.
I mean, I am going to continue on existing for the rest of the day, I hope. So, you know, won't finish out the whole of my day. Finish out this part of it.
Once the show's done, so are you.
That's true. I just power down and wait for the next PUBG Mobile event. And the next one to come through right now, it's this Erangel. It's match 5, day 1. Day 2, sorry, phase 2. There we go. PMPL.
What I mean?
Was it summer?
PMPL.
Winter,
Why did you
spring?
do the PMPL as if it was like starting a movie?
PMPL Western Europe.
Yeah, well, we're getting right into it. Yeah, exactly. We're getting stuck into day 2.
Spring.
Match 5. Phase 2. Fall. Western Europe.
4 Romanian men.
Dropping out of the plane. Navi, 99 points, just shy of 100 totals, not able to quite hit the 3 digits today, but RUTHLESS Esports, 97, goodness me, they've had a real good run today, even despite having the 3-player drop in on our last Erangel. I'm hoping that that's not a strat that will be continued going forward. I'm hoping that's something that was a one-off. Highest damage though, Massic, almost 3,108. 355 at Tixie, but effect just eking out with a 3388. That's kind of satisfying with the 3355 and 3388. I like that.
And also the difference between 5 and 8 is 3. So it's really, really nice, you know?
Yeah. All right. Enough of you. You're actually banned from the broadcast now. Yeah.
You told me numbers were fun the other day. I'm just trying to...
I did, yeah, but this is the final game now where RUTHLESS Esports could technically take over Na'Vi in that #1 spot, John. It is serious time.
All right, do you know how many points they need to take over Na'Vi?
Yeah, it's 3.
3 points.
Okay.
It's all three. And it's all threes on the Nadalims. Blank, you can't tell me it's not something's not going on here.
Is it a three-spiracy right now? I don't
It's
want a
three-spiracy.
Yeah. Not three-spiracy time for me.
How many
Yes.
biscuits did KL eat during that last test segment? 3.
No, he had 2. Fairly
Oh,
certain.
that you saw. The graphics were on screen for quite a while.
Ah, God damn it. Ruthless Esports, 54 placement points to Na'Vi's 50 placement points. And that's Na'Vi with 2 chicken dinners. And guess what? Ruthless have 0. So a little bit of a weird one there, considering Ruthless Esports also have the most placement points out of 5th through 1st. So in 2nd place. And everyone else through 5th through 1st, other than Ruthless Esports, have a chicken dinner. It's so weird, so strange. So they've been very consistent over the past 2 days, just in terms of their placings. Sure, no chicken dinner as of yet, but certainly towards the top of those rankings every single time. There's our boys TJB, confusing for Romanian men, as they
Why
like
are you
to
here?
do.
Wait, who's this? What's going on? This isn't usual. Trying to spin it out, reload on the micro Uzi, but it's the AKM there as well. Don't think you're going to be able to get
quick
that with a
shotting.
shotgun. He has got the AKM, though, in hand for Killer, but not quite getting it. Not quite getting it done just there. TJB, loser player.
Did you see that? The legendary shotgun quickscope.
That's right. You've got to scope it in, you know.
Damn, I remember the quick scoping days of old. Now we're over towards just the rubbish little shotgun that you get at the beginning of the game. It still does work in the right hands, but you know, you'd rather have an SK12 or a DBS. Either of those is just as efficient. Last game of the day now, though. So we're heading into this one with a northern circle. Big actually moved down for Zverny quite early towards. I think they dropped out towards box compound. Ooh, that's a frightening statistic. Don't like that.
Oh no. Terrifying. Strikes fear into the hearts of men.
Yeah. Can't say I enjoy that, because it means that they really are existing for a long, long time towards most of these games. But despite that, just really not being able to get much done. Erangel for Unicorns Love, on the other hand, similar survival time, but if you see the stats, so much better. 6 average elims per game with 1,000 damage on it as well. So this is some really good stats coming out from Unicorns Love, despite having not the most amazing of phase 1s. Just take a quick look where they finished. It was in 7th place, 207. So they really were working their way back up to speed last phase 1, which is good to see. I mean, I would go ahead and say it's a good phase 1 for Unicorns Love. I'm going to go back on what I said. I think that's acceptable.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I can do that. I think it was a good phase 1 for Unicorns Love, purely off the back. You know, last season they didn't look all that hot. This time around, it just looks overall better. They look more cohesive. It's nice to see as well that, you know, Icy can die in a game, and despite that, you know, they still do well. Yeah. I think, you know, taking the pressure off the back of him is always fun. Why are they still fighting these guys?
Funny, isn't it?
Okay, well,
It's just really funny.
this is
I
just
like this.
straight.
I do like this skin.
I bet you do.
I do.
I bet you'd wear a top hat on broadcast if you could, wouldn't you?
Well, depends who's buying the top hat.
Where's your monocle boy?
You can't say that if I've never worn a monocle.
I've
Doesn't
seen.
happen. You've not.
I have.
No, you've not.
Don't lie to me about
No,
your
you've
monocle
never.
times.
You've never seen my monocle times.
You've got a gold monocle
You know nothing of the monocle times.
attached by a chain to a stopwatch.
Why would you attach it to a stopwatch? What's he on about?
That's like to the future, boy.
That's just not how that works.
Well, you know, sometimes it is.
No.
You gotta
It's not.
believe it.
No, I
You
don't.
gotta Believe it. Believe
No,
it.
you have to stop saying it because you're wrong.
Well, I don't believe you, so back to the game. Severny held
I
by
believe you
Big.
just tell me wrong things like that, Blank. Gosh.
I can. You're fine. You're fine.
Oh,
Over
yeah, good
towards
point.
Severny, there's Big, who also have a bit of a control over towards shooting range. Death Machine, honestly, stats aren't great for Erangel either. It's a little bit sad for these guys. I think Death Machine had a good start, and then it just fell away so quick. I think it's because they keep being the punching bags of Arab champions. over in Picardo. Really has. It's started to bring them down a bit. But guess what? There's a really simple solution to this, John.
What's the solution, Blank? What is it?
Don't drop on Picardo.
Oh.
Stop it.
Now that you mention it.
Wow, I know. Incredible.
But what about if we did anyway?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's totally up to Death Machine. They're a pro team, I'm not. So all I can do is make observations. And I have observed that dropping in Picardo has not been successful for the past 4 weeks.
Yeah. That's the end of the sentence. TJB, do find one of the Death Machine players all the way out towards Yasnaya. They are quite heavily split right now. Teams making their way northward. Unicorns Love yet to leave Novo. And on the split on the eastern bridge, ARB across the western bridge. QODEX moving past Potato Hill as we speak. We're on board with Team Doom, who are all the way down in the southwest as well. Near Quarry, just to the southwest side of Gatka. Ruthless have had a really, really solid day today. This is the team that has kind of really stepped up, I would say, from last week, certainly in my estimations.
Look at that. I don't know if that's just from phase 2. I would imagine it would be, but I had to get clarification on that. But 9 eliminations per game, an average of 1,800 damage. Jeez Louise.
That's in this phase, right? I think it must be.
Well, that's why I'm getting clarification on right now.
Oh, I mean, it must be, right? There's no other way. Because
I have to ask anyway.
phase 1, Ruthless, got 125 points total. Phase 2, Ruthless, are up to 97 already. So they are absolutely blowing their previous phase's performance out of the water.
It is just a real massive improvement coming through from Ruthless Esports. They're already up towards box compounds. They look a lot more confident today. They're looking to just keep trucking on. Again, this team is in a real good spot to hit 3 digits today, and I for one would be super pleased to see it. And that's at day 2 as well. So there's a real opportunity, that they would be on track for a similar performance to MADBULLS from phase 1 with a 300-pointer, right? Crazy stuff.
That's the bar that you're looking for, over 100 points over 2 days, right? Because that's a third of the days that you play. There's 6 days total. You get your 8 games in when you have a 16 total. When you have, sorry, a 24 set. Wait, is that 3 times 8? I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
That's right.
3 times 8 is 24.
Goodness me. That brings me back. Oh, wow.
Look, it's the stopwatch attached to their monocle. I'm taking you to the past, man.
They made us do a times table test, and you had to get 10 out of 10 3 weeks in a row in order to not have to do the times tables tests anymore. And it was so devastating when you'd done 2 in a row and then you got 9 out of 10 on the 3rd week, and then you had to do another 3 weeks of times tables tests. It was awful.
Yeah, I had that.
Dislike.
Dislike, big time. Death Machine, though, dislike this. It seems that they've also had similar results of 3 weeks. 3 weeks have been Picardo, and now 3 weeks have been taken down here on Erangel. I think it would make sense that next week, maybe they'll change some things, because someone will be like, 3 weeks not worked. Okay, let's move on.
Try something new.
Yeah.
Do something else.
It takes 3 weeks for that to happen, though.
Does do that. You're right, maybe. NEXUS take down VIRTUS.PRO in a very, very close fought fight there. On the south side of shooting range in the hills, NEXUS do come out on top, and they keep all 4 of themselves alive. So to be able to get rid of VIRTUS.PRO, a really strong fight team, and also keep all 4 of yourselves alive, that's going to be absolutely brilliant. They'll get those meds back on board. Hopefully they'll be able to find some resupply on the armor. We'll have to wait and see for that.
Yeah, honestly, being able to erase a big team like that from the map that early on just gives you so much space to play around with, right? And speaking of racing, just come back to your point before, I actually was never allowed to use a pen in primary school.
Oh, you are one of them.
You had to pass the handwriting test with the pencil. So
Oh no.
everyone was in the final year using a pen. It was just me with a pencil, mate.
Nice.
That was humiliating, but
Yeah,
I could rub things out. So who's the real winner here?
as everybody knows, humiliation is the best way to teach children.
Exactly. Not exactly. If that happens to you, let me know, and I'll personally come round and have a good talk.
Oh, yeah, it's
to
fine.
all the teachers. Yeah, and I will give you a pen on the slide.
Just like, have a pen, mate. Go on.
Yeah. I'm the pen dealer.
Were you in the era of fountain pens? Was that your school time, or were you more into like the biros and the?
But any pen I could get, I love it.
He sees a pen. He starts drooling. He's like,
Oh, so good. Got to use one.
privilege.
I didn't care as long as it was not erasable. I could cause a right mess. It was fine.
Are you left-handed?
Oh, right-handed. It's even worse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember all the left-handed people always smudging their work, and I'd be like, oh, disgusting. Not the left-handed bit, the smudge work. That sounded worse than it was.
It really did.
Yeah.
For Romanian men, not so bad for them. Luckily, they get in on the eastern side. Game Lord aren't quite here to deal with them. This time, Game Lord taking a different approach instead, actually, up towards the northern side, just underneath Severny at the moment. A bit further in than you would normally expect Game Lord to play, actually, which is interesting. Usually, they're very much an edge play team, but I think that they're realizing that a lot of these teams are finding success after finding some very key positions on the map. And this is usually how most PUBG Mobile tournaments go, is that you'll have teams that play edge and then everyone plays edge. And then one team will take some center compounds, find a load of success over that. And then slowly but surely you'll get more and more teams finding success off the center. And from there, oh dear me, edge becomes less useful. That is sad for Ruthless Esports, though. That is real sad. This is not their game. They wanted it to happen. Again, you only need three eliminations. Come on.
They've got two. They've got two, so they need one more.
Two is enough.
Two's enough to draw even. They're on 99 right now, right? So if they can get a placement point by staying alive or find another elimination, 100 points in 2 days.
Actually, you're right. 1 point. Folks like really thinking about it. It's like, do I try and go for the limbs? Do I live? It would be painful to finish the game out today on 99. You wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that.
I don't want that for them either.
Yeah.
Focus is
10 more minutes, Pocus. That's all you need. 10 more minutes.
Oh,
if that.
He's been spotted. ARB are here. And they're likely going to move through this compound. They've seen one person roll up on it.
Yeah. That looks like a good compound for us, actually.
They see a burger on the barbecue right now.
Yeah, they see a pen, bro. They're seeing a pen in here.
Oh, that's Focus is a pen.
Focus is a pen. They've been relegated to pencils all this time, and it's time for them to rise up. Yeah.
You haven't passed your test yet. You can't have a pen. Now it's his time. He's got to go across.
Unicorns are over, kind of the teachers, though. They're coming in, preventing this from happening.
Laying down the law.
Yeah.
They're searching your pencil case.
You better have a secret pocket, otherwise, no pen for you.
That's right.
I was really worried that this was the house that Pocus was in. They were just like tippy-tapping up the roof, but yeah, they're not on the side. Pocus can breathe easy for the time being. Again, 15 teams, 48 live. We are quite close to having a case where a fair few teams go out. Unfortunately, one of those teams that is close to going down is Ruthless Esports. TJB equally, after their unfortunate run-in earlier with Tag, are down to just the one player. Also,
Focus in danger, goes down, and it's all coming to an end. Their rush for the 100-point day. Unfortunately, Unicorns of Love, similarly, might have been in a position to be able to get 100 points on the day, but they're getting taken down as well. They started this game with 89 points. Wait, hang on.
He got one. He got one.
He got a point? He got
I'm pretty sure he got one.
Oh, they did it.
Yes.
I don't know how, but he did it. I guess maybe he took a unicorn.
Yeah, he did. It was during the rock-up. I was like, because they went down too fast for that purely Arab champions. They must have just put in a load of damage and then able to blow up the vehicle afterwards, but he did get one. Pocus.
There you go.
has succeeded. Triple digits for the Ruthless Esports today. Golf clap for them. I mean, Pocus did it. In his final moments, he knew what he was looking out for. He knew what he wanted. Just
I mean, they must know. They must have known how many points they were on, right?
Yeah. Just needed one. And so he grabbed that one, picked it up. But yeah, you can see how quickly, if he'd lived just a little bit longer, already down to 12 teams. So kind of crazy that. But it all just came to a head in that singular moment. Luckily for Pocus, he's able to do it in the final moment.
Well, we are only down to 12 teams because him and Unicorns died, right?
There was 15. There was 15 up, so in that moment, I think we lost Death Machine, we lost Unicorns, and we lost Ruthless as well.
Maybe. That sounds about right. NATUS, not to be trifled with, around the entrance to Shelter. Unfortunately, Mind has managed to find the back. Going for the stab there, but out in the open. No teammates, you do not want to be spotted.
A bit awkward that. I feel like Tag and TJB kind of didn't do either of themselves any favours there. Down to one player apiece now. Mind off in the distance. Eastern Stars rock up. Look over towards Team Doom. Classic position so many teams do pick up here. QODEX. Real, I said it last time, but it is a fall from grace from them.
Kapahala,
please.
Stop
no shooting me.
I don't like it. Oh no. If I hadn't written this position in pen, maybe I could have erased it.
I know, unfortunate. But you know, you have to rip out the page for that, and that means going again after this. Frosty, nades over the top. Eastern Stars, again, it's just a case of I've been super aware of all the angles. Getting picked off just one by one, and that often does equal in you getting taking out these games nice and early. Down to just 2 players. Again, is the problem, right, is that... Sit down. The problem is for Eastern Stars is that they are such a good squad when it comes to team fighting capability, right? However, recently we just never have seen them as a full 4 coming to those final moments. So I think for Eastern Stars, just a little bit more caution needs to be applied for themselves. No vehicle either, so long run for them.
I think there might be a buggy in the smoke there. Oh no, there is a UAS, I believe.
Oh, I thought that was well destroyed at that point, but...
Yeah, maybe.
No,
maybe it is.
A bit left in it, I think.
Just a touch.
Good frag, though, over the top. Takes down 0.
That's now, I think, 4 or 5 nades on that position.
It's clear now.
In the meantime, making sure that it's going to be even harder for Eastern Stars to do anything. One goes down, spray is there. There's a good nade in response, but there's backup for Shockwave. Looking for a flush. Trazen still low. Terminus up for the challenge. Athis still going for it, but the challenge from Azza is too much. They back it off. Do Shockwave lose their player, though? Because I feel like they don't have time for this res. Yeah, it's going to go.
Sad that. Frosty actually stood up and backstabbed Kapahala. Big 4 Romanian men. The men get wiped out and the beasts stay alive. With 3, though, only remaining. There's only a couple of first aid kits on them, too. Game Lord playing this game out slightly better. Still 2 players only for them, but they were much more conscious of getting towards the center of the circle, so I'm happy with that. It's a good change. It does happen a little bit too late there.
Big have had the worst of times over this phase 2 so far. I think they started this game 16 points with the 5 eliminations. That brings them up to 21, and they'll get the placements as they continue to ladder up. So it will be a good way for them to close out the day if they can hold on to their position with 3. 2 teams up with 4, Pioneer and ARB champions. ARB really widespread over on the south side. Pioneer clumped up on the west, as we see on our screen.
Yeah, Pioneer have been taking a good amount of fights over there with NEXUS as well. I think they were able to take down a few of those teams. This is a different approach from Shockwave, though. This is a lot more aggression coming in from them. They're actually sweeping a bit, but taking some pretty interesting routes across this land. I think they've given away a lot of their positions, as we've seen just there. Don't worry about that.
Able to strike from the grass. Frosty is still alive, still going. Drops that smoke, has the first aids, but needs to reposition. Pioneer right here. Yeah, that's broad-faced Frosty, but the nade is what does it in the end from Terminus. Response there, but Shockwave lose another player to a cheeky little stab.
Yeah, it's indecisiveness from Shockwave there. I think they looked a lot more aggressive with the rotates they were making the vehicles, but you see Pioneer, like, they drop the vehicles and then move into position when they have to. That nade, though, has caused some significant problems there for Pioneer themselves. Hamo gets a knock over towards Black-White in the back. Nightmare does spot that position. Arab Champions, though, down towards the south side. Big split, but have the majority of the next circle in their play. And with most of the teams duking it out on this northwest side, just wonder who's going to make it out alive.
If Big can survive, there's 3 players. If Pioneer can survive, there's 4. These reses potentially coming through at the moment for Pioneer. Big do get eliminated, so now only one other 4-player team to be worried about for ARB. The rest are all duos. If ARB can pop a couple shots towards Pioneer, even that will be taken away.
Narvalo takes shots over towards Nightmare. So this is from behind the crate as well. So they have some good cover. Absolutely decimating the day here for Shockwave. Our champions spot the Pioneer players rotating, but it's directly into some more of their players. Somehow they managed to make it in the back, but the explosion of the vehicle take them down. They really have a good spread, and this game is definitely going Arab Champions' way. After that circle shift and the amount of control they had on it, it's just impossible for any of these other teams. But 5 elims,
no way,
the game lord, 3 total. Happy days for them.
You're right. There is absolutely no way that these 2 teams can cross this open ground. Look at how open that is. Even with the trees, with the rocks, even if you drop all the smokes available that you have, these 2 teams have been fighting for a while. They won't have that utility. It's just not going to happen.
No, I think when you get to this point in the game where you have open space and you get a hard shift like that, like, even at Zone 6, it's very practical to be able to say this team is going to win.
That's it, yeah. Game Lord getting shut down. Narvalo out in the open. ARB let it all come to them. Nobody could challenge them on their open ground position. The ARB champions take the final game of the day.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's the most impressive game I've ever seen from ARB champions, but I will say they did take a huge amount of space, and I will say that's definitely some initiative coming through from that team, considering, they didn't have a lot of room to play with a lot of that game, but as soon as they see that they've swept a lot of that south side, it's a case of, we have the circle, quick, let's spread into positions where we can hold this down. We don't want to be moving too much in those final circles there, and Pioneer make the mad dash, and it would have worked if ARB champions were on one side, but luckily for them, or at least because they were smart about it, because they're intelligent, they weren't, and they set themselves up in 2 good spots. Jammers there with 607 damage, Wadia with 6 eliminations on that game, so really keeping that performance coming through from Miramar, doing very well today for himself. But Shockwave, although haven't had really big convincing endings to some of these games today, still have made it towards the top side. And I think the big story though for us is that RUTHLESS Esports were able to get that 3 digits on the totals.
Yeah, on 2 days worth of gameplay, keeping them fairly in line with the MADBULLS score that absolutely dominated Phase 1's totals, right? That's really what we were looking at. I get it, to be exact, you'd have had to get 102, so they were technically 2 points short of that, but 100 is a really good barrier to be able to set yourself up for.
100%, that'll be good for tomorrow. And if they can hit a good score tomorrow that they have done today, maybe they're on track like MADBULLS. But we got a couple of bulls going to be coming charging through the China right now. It's the boys on the desk as we send it over to them.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Okay. Luckily, none of us are wearing red today, or Claris just would have charged us down. Though after a couple more biscuits, I would just hold them up. Like, hey, you want a biscuit? You want a biscuit? Anyways, moving on from this. This was ARB champs. Like, they kind of had the zone. They kind of had everything go their way. You can kind of wonder if the zone shifted the other way, would they have been able to fight their way in like we saw Pioneer, well, not successfully do. But either way, they hold out the circle correctly, they spread themselves out properly, and they get themselves the win.
Yeah, I feel like ARB maybe knew something that the other teams didn't, because Guardia started moving very early to the position exactly where the circle was going to go at the interim, like, so they knew what's going to happen. But yeah, I mean, they had all the angles too, right? And you saw PIONER at some point just try and full send it. There's too many angles for you to cover. You just can't escape from that. So yeah, the circle came their way and the teams tried to push in, but unfortunately to no avail, and it's an easy win for ARB.
But as you said, PIONER did get a lot farther in that car than we expected them to be perfectly honest.
I mean, they tried, didn't they? I can understand why they try as well. I mean, where they were, knowing where the other teams were around them, they were all prone, trying to somehow survive, but it was not going to go their way. So a Hail Mary, just in case ARB champions didn't have like a certain tree or a certain rock. But no, apparently they had every location. So difficult for them to make that send for PIONER.
I can see some more highlights here as well. I mean, Eastern Stars, they were running Fury this time, which was very interesting considering I don't think he's played a single match so far yet, but maybe that's a switch up they needed. Yeah,
maybe it is a switch up. I mean, they did use Fury a few times in the past for the previous season. This season, I believe it is, as you said, maybe the first time that he's come in out of the sub role. So it is interesting to see how that's working out. I mean, it worked out for RUTHLESS, right? Having Manu actually step up for the team and actually allowing him to be in one of the highest positions in the leaderboards today. So, hey, subs can be brought into the team and it can have a very positive impact for you. But you can see at the end of these highlights, the multitude of angles they had. Like, there's no way you're going to escape from ARB. So of course to take the win and 10 eliminations to count for it. So yeah, ARB gave himself a good game. Not enough to really catch up for the little bit of a weaker start to phase 2, but still a decent amount of points.
Yeah, still sets them up nicely to potentially hold down a 12th place position or higher to get themselves into that extra match. Gamelord, probably one of their best finishes they've had since the initial boom we saw them taking the first chicken dinner of phase 1. But this team has been, I hate to say it, really lackluster, because they were like the hype team for me when we came into the spring season.
The interesting thing as well is, Max, you said you've spoken to them and they said that they changed a few things coming into this phase. So far, I've not quite seen that come to fruition.
Yeah, they changed a few things, but they're clearly not working those few things they changed, right? So you're going to change even more things, Gamelord. But yeah, as I think lackluster is definitely the good description, even though I still want to call them the French powerhouse. They are not worthy of the title anymore, so they need to get back up there.
Well, definitely not in phase 2. I think they're almost bottom of the table at the moment. VIRTUS.PRO, though, not a good day for them, I feel like. 0 points. I mean, they did have a earlier good match. I think that was match 2, if I'm not mistaken, on Erangel, when they flicked behind Navi. Actually, no, that was on Sanhok, the first match of the day, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, they've had a rough time. Death Machine as well has been having a rough time. Interesting to see what teams have been able to improve, obviously, in that break we had, and which teams are unfortunately falling by the side. I mean, to hit back on Gamelord, I was definitely expecting more, though. I mean, you had a good amount of time off, 4 days off going into phase 2. You're going to have a week off between the first half of phase 2 and the second half of phase 2. They have to show some improvements, and I'm almost getting to that point where I'm going to write them off. Like, they are the #1 team in PNGC points. They can qualify just from doing okay. They don't even have to do exceptionally well for us this event. They don't even have to win the event. Just do okay, and they'll be into PMGC. The pressure's definitely on for them.
If we keep seeing those teams around them improve significantly, like we saw from RUTHLESS, if we see an improvement from Eastern Stars and Gamelord do not move, there's a chance. It's a very slight chance, but it is a possibility where they could not be first place on the PMGC rankings, right? So they need to step up eventually, because if they just miss out on the biggest event of the year again by just a few points, that'll be just such a let down for them. So they need to step up. There's no option here. They need to be able to get some good games in.
Well, speaking of stepping up here, Kalaris, I'm throwing this to you and you only, because you're the prediction master according to the points. Who is the MVP of the day?
Oh no, I don't know, to be perfectly honest with you. I think it's been a very varied day.
It must be a MUERTE player. There's no way, right?
You think so?
I'm just trying to watch Max to see if he's looking over at his other screen to see who it is.
I couldn't.
You don't have to predict, Max. It's only Kalaris.
I couldn't. Okay, I don't know. Let's ask Max.
Okay, Max.
It's going to be wrong anyway, so don't ask me.
All right, let's just check out who our MVP is going to be then. Let's just not keep you guys waiting at home, and obviously not us waiting either. It's going to be a fact. All right.
What?
It was that one game alone, pretty much, that got him that, right?
Like 1.3k damage and something, and 8.
Yeah, that one Erangel.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, I mean,
can't get enough of this guy.
I mean, MVP of phase 1, he's still MVP of the day here, so that means there's a big chance he's still the MVP of the entirety of phase 2. This guy's mechanics are mental. Like that peak we were looking at when it was towards that quarry finish, actually was on this game here. The peaks that he did versus Eastern Stars were top tier. The amount of skill you need to pull something off like that is mental. You're going to see it right here. But he's playing with skill in really, really strong fashion. So yeah, he's definitely a contender for the MVP of the entire season, I would say here, Jason. So team's got to try and play catch up here.
Wait, Max, are you saying that Effect could beat Paraboy in a 1v1?
I did not say that, okay? You're putting words in my mouth right now.
Can we clip that and send it?
You said that.
I did not say that. Okay, fair enough. Cool.
Okay, let's give you a chance. Do you think he could take Paraboy? Because we obviously talk about the mechanical skill of Nova.
No, because lack of international play, I think that Nova have a very specific play.
In a 1v1.
In a 1v1.
In a 1v1.
Okay. In a 1, a good day, sure. Why not? Go on, good day, yeah, sure. It's a 1v1.
You heard it here first. Paraboy is washed up. Max says Paraboy is washed up. He should quit and retire. Horrible player. There's no winning for you in this, Max. I thought you would know.
Whatever I said, there was just going to be always a bad outcome at the end. But sure.
But no, you are right. Like, Effect's mechanical skill just on display, and even just showing up all these other teams. Ridiculous player, and I'm excited to see the rest of his career. I'm excited to see them potentially get into PMGC, or, I mean, even just play against the Turkish team, because you made a good point earlier saying the Western European teams could not compete. I think it was top 6 were all Turkish teams last season. But let's take a look, though, at our results for today. If you guys missed out on any of the matches, quick little recap for you to see who won what. We do have a couple of new names in there, actually. We got Nexus for like the first time, and it feels like a long time in ARB Champions.
Yeah, you know, I looked at the start of this day, and I said to you guys halfway through the day, this is the top teams dunking. This is them showing dominance. However, really didn't kind of pan out that way at the very end, did it? I mean, Nexus and... I mean, to be fair, I actually feel like Arab Champions can do better than even what their last game showcased, right? Like, I feel like this is a better team than just being able to catch circle and then just win.
Yeah.
So that's a fair assessment. But Nexus getting themselves a Sanhok, good stuff from them, considering it was a very topsy-turvy Sanhok that won with what we thought was going to be a ruthless win. So yeah, quite the exciting day.
Yeah, I still feel like MUERTE should have won that Miramar match in the middle. It's kind of slipped away, but Na'Vi were very opportunistic in that situation and were able to get himself the win. And at the start of the day, as you said, it was very like top heavy towards the teams that already start showing some strong performances at the start. You're seeing Unicorns of Love that I feel are feeling a lot more comfortable, even though I had a chat with Atomics and he said they're still not happy with their performance yet. I think they are slowly reaching a point where they're going to be happy with their type of results. So if they keep improving this way, you know, Unicorns of Love could be a top contender. And this team, we knew already on paper, was such a strong team, right? And I think they're slowly getting to that point where this team can rivalize against, you know, the top dogs of the lobby.
That's what's great about these long-form events. You get to see teams improve and see which teams are really working on it and taking this as serious as possible, because it is serious. There's a lot of money on the line here in PMPL and obviously down the line in PMGC. But let's now chime in with our overalls. I'm curious to see if Na'Vi, I think they've been able to maintain their #1 position, breaking 100 points, if I'm not mistaken, if I heard the other boys. Oh, wow. There we go. Oh, they didn't break it. Ruthless actually broke it at 100.
So, yeah, because Na'Vi didn't play the last game, and I saw them on 99 points, and then I heard the triple digits for Ruthless. So this is a big win for Ruthless, despite not having a chicken dinner on the board for phase 2.
Wow. Okay, the hype train, I want to get there. I'm a little bit hesitant because I feel like they could still fall off, but they're currently first place in phase 2. You can't argue with that one. Can't argue with results, and without a win, that's huge. If
you keep it framing it like that, Max, they're bound to be #1. So, you know.
Let's keep it like that, Max is not talking about us. Let's go.
So Ruthless #1, Paraboy washed up, Effect the new best player in the world. All for Max, but you got some great takes today, Max.
Rapid fire. What a cannon. Jeez.
Well, Shockwave in 3rd place, 1 chicken dinner. Unicorns of Love up to 2 here at 90 points. You know, MADBULLS, a little bit quiet, I'd say. Not so much today, at least not so much when it comes to Effect.
Oh, MADBULLS washed up.
But shut up! I did not say any of those things. No, MADBULLS are doing great. Okay, if you put the points combined of both phases, they're probably still first. They're good. They're a good team.
Still, you know.
And TJB, let's be honest, we've been criticizing them very heavily, but in 7th place after 2 days of play is actually pretty damn good for them.
It's been a better start, hey, hasn't it? Especially for today. Obviously, we saw them being able to get to a lot of late game scenarios, and that's absolutely where this team needs to be, considering, for the most part, they were our representative on the big international stages for quite a while. So I want to see them do well, and this is a step in the right direction.
Looking down, QODEX, need to see more out of them. Game Lord, need to see more out of them. Big. I mean, these are honestly, like, Game Lord and Big to me, massive names to see this low down on the leaderboard. I really want to know what's going wrong with Big. Maybe we can have an interview with Mihi again at some point, because, and where I can hear him obviously this time, because something is clearly not working for them. And this is not the same team we saw last season.
We knew having these CIS teams in the lobby was going to make it hard for like every single Western European team. Like the OGs were going to struggle. I didn't expect them to struggle this much. Like short phase one, they got himself a few results here and there for Eastern Stars and also for Game Lord, but this is a very tough transition because your VIRTUS.PROs have been able to improve, your MUERTE has been able to improve, your Na'Vi's been able to improve. So of course, when teams improve, some others are going to fall down, and it seems like the old top Western European teams are now the old kings, and the throne is less vacant for a CIS team to take.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for tuning in today. That's going to wrap up our second day of our second phase. We still have quite a few more days to come. Actually, tomorrow is going to be our next day, and then we'll have a slight little break. So you're not going to want to miss not only what hot takes Maxman's going to bring tomorrow, but also some more PUBG Mobile action.
Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now.